Chapter 169 Domineering. The second prince was about to stop head guard Huang, but he was still too late because the exasperated head guard Huang had already launched an attack towards Bauer. Right when his figure arrived 6 m in front of Bauer, a person suddenly appeared before Bauer. That person waved his hand, and head guard Huang, who was already a spirit realm expert, had been instantly blasted flying. It was none other than Bauer's grandfather and Yan Ye's master, Lin Shan. Lin Shan glanced coldly at head guard Huang, who'd been blasted flying, and then he said, "Who do you think you are to actually dare attack my granddaughter?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to look at the second prince and said, "Your Highness, second prince, I want to kill him. You don't have any objections, right?" The second prince naturally recognized Lin Shan, so he knew that had bit off more than he could chew. He immediately said, "So it's Senior Lin Shan, it was my subordinate's mistake for making a move against your granddaughter. Now, he's heavily injured already. So let us leave the matter at that, all right?" He would naturally not nod and say he has no objections, because if he did that, then would anyone stand on his side in the future? Lin Shan smiled coldly, and then he turned to look at Yan Yi and said, "Kid, kill him!" The second prince's expression turned grim when he heard this, and a strand of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yan Yi smiled, and then his figure flashed to arrive before the heavily injured head guard Huang. With a flick of his sword, a head was instantly tossed into the air. When he saw the head of his subordinate flying into the air, the second prince became extremely gloomy, and he said, "Senior Lin Shan, aren't you being too disrespectful to my Grand Qin Empire?" Lin Shan didn't answer the second prince, and he looked at Yan Yi instead and said, "Tell me what happened earlier." Yan Yi nodded when he heard this, and then he described everything that occurred between Qin Hang's group of 3 and the Imperial Guards. Lin Shan laughed coldly when he finished listening to Yan Yi, and then he said, "Second prince, it's said that the rules of the Empire are strict. But I never expected that such people would appear beneath your rule. Moreover, not only did you not investigate the matter, you assisted the wicked instead and intended to protect your own subordinates by killing my disciple. Second prince, don't you think you should give me an explanation? It's merely a one-sided story." The second prince spoke coldly. "A one-sided story?" Lin Shan said. "Since it's like that, then let us ask the people in the surroundings. Is anyone willing to step forward and describe the sequence of events of the incident? I'll reward you with 3 mid-grade strength talismans and a single mid-grade strider talisman." The people in the surroundings were tempted when they heard this. It was 4 mid-grade talismans. However, even though they were tempted, none stood forward. After all, they weren't idiots, because they would have to utterly offend the second prince if they stood forward now. 5 strength talismans and 3 strider talismans. Mid-grade. Lin Shan raised the price. Finally, an independent cultivator was unable to resist the temptation and stood forward, and he described everything that occurred earlier. When he finished listening, Lin Shan waved his hand and 8 talismans flew towards that independent cultivator. "Thank you, senior!" The independent cultivator bowed to Lin Shan, and then he ran away from the city without looking back. He would naturally not be stupid enough to stay in the city. The second prince glanced coldly at that independent cultivator, and then he looked at Lin Shan and said, "Senior Lin, it was my oversight that caused this matter. But the 2 main conspirators are crippled and dead. So let us leave the matter at that, all right?" "That's naturally for the best," said Lin Shan. The second prince nodded lightly, and then he glanced at Yan Yi and Bauer before he turned around and left. "Master, can these 2 friends of mine be saved?" When he saw the second prince leave, Yan Yi hurriedly brought the heavily injured Manzi and Xiao Hei over to Lin Shan. Lin Shan took a glance at them before he shook his head and said, "They can live, but they can only be ordinary people in the future." A wisp of sorrow appeared in Xing Hang's eyes upon hearing this. Because how could Manzi and Xiao Hei accept becoming ordinary people in the future? Is there really no way to heal their dantians? Yan Yi was slightly unwilling to leave it like that. In the end, both of them had been reduced to this state because of him. Lin Shan shook his head and said, I've never seen anyone being able to recover from having his dantian shattered into pieces. Kid, they're extremely fortunate to be able to survive. With their constitutions, they would at most be able to attain the first heaven realm or king realm even if they remained as profounders. Moreover, becoming an ordinary person may not necessarily be a bad thing. Yan Yi was about to say something when Xing Hong said, Senior is right, becoming an ordinary person may not necessarily be a bad thing. At the very least, my big brother and Xiao He don't have to live such dangerous lives anymore. Yan Yi sighed in his heart when he heard this, and he didn't say anything. Lin Shan nodded and said, It's good that you're able to accept it, little girl. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Yi and said, Kid, you didn't even come to look for me after you arrived at the imperial capital, and you even led Bauer to cause trouble here. Do you know how much danger both of you were in just now? That second prince isn't an ordinary figure. Moreover, there's an Exalt Realm expert following him from the shadows. It was the little laborer that asked me to blast him. Meanwhile, Bauer was extremely disloyal and sold Yan Yi out. Yan Yi glared fiercely at Bauer, and then he smiled bitterly and said, I couldn't just do nothing. Moreover, don't I still have you, master? With you standing behind us, wouldn't Bauer and I be able to roam freely through the imperial capital? Bauer hurriedly nodded and said, The little laborer is right. With Grandpa here, would anyone dare to bully the little laborer and me? Lin Shan patted Bauer on the head and said, Don't tell me that. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble in the imperial capital? Look at the surroundings. How much would your grandpa have to pay to deal with all of this? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Yi and said, As for you, kid, you need to change that character of yours. The imperial capital is different, and all sorts of experts are hidden here. Just like the incident from before, do you think you would be able to survive if that Exalt Realm expert following the second prince had made a move? Yan Yi nodded and said, I was rash. Lin Shan sighed and said, Kid, your master, does possess some reputation and influence in the imperial capital. No one would do anything to you while I'm there, but you must realize that they don't have to deal with you openly. Or perhaps they kill you before I arrive? Moreover, it's best not to get mixed up with the imperial household. It's full of undercurrents, and even I might not be able to save you if something happens. Yan Yi smiled bitterly. What could he say? Naturally, he could only nod and agree in an obedient manner. After a short while, Lin Shan stopped lecturing Yang Yi and said, Right, your younger sister is about to break through into the first heaven realm, and she's in closed-door cultivation right now. Make a trip to the Talisman Masters Association once you've dealt with the matters here. That little girl misses you every single day. She's going to break through into the first heaven realm? Yang Yi was shocked. Only a few months have passed since then, yet little Yao is about to break through? Isn't her speed of cultivation too quick? Lin Shan nodded and said, That little girl's natural talent isn't bad, and she's willing to work hard. Coupled with my guidance and fostering, advancing into the first heaven realm isn't difficult. Yang Yi bowed to Lin Shan, and then he said, Thank you, master, for fostering little Yao. Lin Shan smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? I've taken that little girl to be my own granddaughter. It's you who surprised me. You've actually advanced to the first heaven realm, and you seem to be much stronger than before. No wonder you dared to participate in the Ascension rankings. I had some fortuitous encounters, said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Bauer, who had put on an obedient appearance just now, suddenly asked, Little laborer, you're participating in the Ascension rankings? Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at her with a vigilant expression as he said, What sort of wicked ideas do you have now? Presently, he was slightly afraid of Bauer because this little she-devil was even more unrestrained than him, and she was truly one that did things without considering the consequences. Can I participate with you? Bauer gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly hopeful gaze. There are so many people participating in the Ascension rankings, so it would definitely be extremely fun. Most importantly, I wouldn't be scolded for blasting people up. No. No. Yang Yi and Lin Shan spoke at the same time. What a joke! The monstrous geniuses participating in the Ascension rankings wouldn't care whose granddaughter she was. Once one participated in the competition, life and death were up to fate, and no one could take revenge after the competition. This was a rule set jointly by the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire. With Bao's strength, wouldn't she be courting death by participating in the Ascension rankings? You're running wild. Lin Shan berated. Do you think the Ascension rankings is like the Sword sect and you can bully others as you please? Don't keep thinking of these useless things and study the Talisman Dao properly. I knew I wouldn't be allowed to do it. Bao puckered her mouth and muttered. Lin Shan glared at her, and then he looked at Yan Yi and said, Make arrangements for your friends, then come to the Talisman Masters Association. It'll change the grade on your badge for you. With your current strength, you're completely qualified to wear the badge of an Earth Talisman Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shan pulled Bao by the hand as he left. Chapter 170 Fame. A disciple of the Sword sect slaughtered King Realm experts with the cultivation at the First Heaven Realm. A disciple of the Sword sect went head-on against the Spirit Realm expert with a cultivation at the First Heaven Realm. A disciple of the Sword sect. Yan Yi made a name for himself through the battle at the entrance to the city. At this moment, Yan Yi's name was spreading through the imperial capital like a disease, and all the young geniuses participating in the Ascension rankings started to inquire about Yan Yi. Had killed a King Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm, and had even done it at a place like the imperial capital. This caused countless people to feel extremely curious about Yan Yi's identity and strength. As for going against a Spirit Realm expert, besides those people that were at the city entrance at that time, most people didn't believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. Even though Yan Yi's reputation had surpassed all the members of the Origin School except Yuan Tong, the Origin School, the 2 palaces, and the Grand Qin Empire didn't list him amongst the list of dangerous participants in the Ascension rankings. One could really be considered a genius in the Southern Territory by killing at King Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm. But when it came to 6 great powers and especially the colossi like the Origin School and the 2 palaces, one was merely a genius but wasn't worthy of being paid attention to. After all, there were plenty of geniuses in their sects that could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. The Origin School and the 2 palaces didn't take him seriously, but the Ghost sect and Bright Moon sect had no choice but to do so. Especially the Ghost sect. The appearance of another genius within the Sword sect that could kill a King Realm expert was undoubtedly not a piece of good news for them. In an underground room at the south of the capital, Kuge tossed the scroll in his hand onto the stone table, and then he glanced at Xiao Luo and the man by Xiao Luo's side. He said, Yan Yi, from South Peace City. He joined the Sword sect at the age of 16, yet for some unknown reason, he was unable to absorb profound energy, and was reduced to a labored disciple by an outer court elder. However, 2 years later, no one knows what fortuitous encounter he obtained but had suddenly become a profounder. Moreover, had ascended to the 22nd level of the Sword sect's Sword Servant Pagoda. The 22nd level! In the last few hundred years, only Taoist Zhe has been able to ascend to the 22nd level. Xiao Luo Xianjun, what do both of you think? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Xiao Luo's mouth, and he said, So what if he has ascended to the 22nd level? Besides that demonic woman Nurong Yao, the other members of the Sword sect are nothing, including Yan Yi. He killed a King Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm? Which genius that ascended to the top 50 of the Ascension rankings isn't able to accomplish that? Kuge looked at the young man called Xianjun who was at Xiao Luo's side. When he saw Kuge look at him, the young man's eyelids twitched slightly before he said, He's not simple at all. Kuge nodded slightly when he heard this. However, Xiao Luo frowned while a wisp of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he said, Senior brother, I didn't notice anything special about him. Xianjun glanced at Xiao Luo before he said, Don't think that you can look down upon other geniuses just because you've comprehended slaughter intent. It's best to keep a low profile when you don't possess absolute strength, or you might not even know how you died. Xiao Luo was just about to refute Xianjun when Kuge said, "What Xianjun said is correct. Xiao Luo, Yan Yi isn't simple indeed. It's not because of his ability to kill a king realm expert, and it's because of his accomplishments in the Sword Servant Pagoda. Do you know what resides in the 21st level of the Sword Servant Pagoda in the Sword Sect? It's a king-rank dark beast that had attained such a cultivation without relying on any external assistance. Were you able to resist such a dark beast half a year ago?" Xiao Luo's eyelids twitched. Even though he hadn't comprehended slaughter intent half a year ago, his strength was extremely formidable as well. But if he had to go against a king-rank dark beast, then he would still be slightly overestimating his strength, even though he seemed to be very ordinary now. Meanwhile, Xianjun said, "But my intuition tells me that he isn't simple. However, he's just not simple. He isn't my opponent, and I'll just kill him if I encounter him during the competition." Xianjun spoke in a casual and carefree manner. Kuge shook his head and said, "If he's just a disciple of the Sword Sect, then it's fine to go ahead and kill him. But he has a Heaven Talisman Master standing behind him. If our Ghost Sect kills him, then we would definitely offend Lin Shan, and offending Lin Shan is truly unwise. If it isn't necessary, then let him live if you encounter him during the competition or rope him into our Ghost Sect instead." Xianjun frowned, but he still nodded and said, "Fine, I'll spare his life." Kuge nodded and said, "What do you think about the Origin School's Yuan Tong?" Xianjun's eyes narrowed as he said, "I just happened to intend to meet this super genius that's said to be invincible in the First Heaven Realm. The Flower Residence. It was a property owned by the Flower Palace within the Imperial Capital, and its disciples usually resided here. At this moment, within a luxurious hall in the Flower Residence, Kaifeng put down a scroll that a disciple of the Flower Palace sent over earlier and said, "I never expected that Yan Yi would actually be able to kill a King Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm. It looks like he can't be allowed to continue growing, otherwise, he would definitely cause quite a bit of trouble for my Flower Palace. Even though my Flower Palace isn't afraid of him, it's better if we can reduce the trouble we face. Little you, kill him or cripple him if you encounter him during the Ascension rankings, alright?" Wenren Yu nodded slightly. However, at the instant she lowered her head, her beautiful brows knit together slightly while a wisp of curiosity flashed in her eyes. After he parted from Lin Shan, Yan Yi led Qinghong, Manzi, and Xiao Hei to the Immortal Indulgence restaurant. Had offended the second prince just now, and coupled with the fact that both Manzi and Xiao Hei were ordinary people now, he truly couldn't rest at ease if he asked Qinghong to take two ordinary people and leave the capital. As soon as he entered the Immortal Indulgence Pavilion, an attendant hurriedly moved over to greet him, and the attendant squeezed a smile onto his face and said, "Guest, I'm sorry but we're already full. It's best if you go look somewhere else." Obviously, the attendant had taken Yan Yi to be a profounder that had come here looking for a room. Yan Yi withdrew the command token that Qin Siye gave him that day and passed it to the attendant. The attendant's face changed when he saw the command token, and then he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yan Yi and said, "Please follow me." Right at this moment, a robust man obstructed the attendant's path. He stretched out his hand to grab the attendant's clothes and said furiously, "Didn't you say that you're full just now? What? You were afraid I wouldn't be able to pay the fucking cost for the room?" As he spoke, he withdrew a stack of gold coins and slapped it forcefully onto the table. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and the robust man that was much taller than the attendant was blasted out of the Immortal Indulgence Pavilion. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Yan Yi was slightly shocked in his heart because this attendant was actually a King Realm expert. The attendant stretched out his hand to tie his clothes that had been wrinkled by the robust man, and then he turned around and bowed to Yan Yi before he said, "Please follow me." Yan Yi suppressed the shock in his heart, nodded, and led Qinghong's group of 3 as he followed the attendant. The attendant brought Yan Yi to a room on the second floor, and then he turned around to look at Qinghong as he said, "Please come with me. Those 2 friends of yours need to be treated right away or their lives will be in danger." Qinghong looked at Yan Yi when she heard this. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded and said, "Go with him." This was Qin Xie's territory, so he felt that it should be fine. Qin Hong stopped hesitating when she saw Yan Yi nod, and she led Xiao He and Manzi along as she followed the attendant. After they left, Yan Yi pushed open the door before him and walked in. As soon as he walked in, a wave of fragrance assaulted his face, and then his figure was embraced by a delicate body. Who else could this delicate body belong to but Qin Xie? Qin Xie hugged him forcefully before she raised her head, and then she pecked him on the lips with her little scarlet-red lips, and then she smiled as she said, "As expected of my little lover. You carried out such a world-shocking deed right after you arrived at the imperial capital. You probably don't know yet, but your name has spread throughout the imperial capital." Yan Yi's nether regions burned from being hugged and kissed by her, and it showed signs of rising. Yan Yi hurriedly pushed her away and said, "Can you not act normally?" Qin Xie blinked, and then she seemed to have thought of something and glanced towards Yan Yi's lower body. After that, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Little brother, you reacted from just a short hug from Big Sister. Looks like Big Sister is still very attractive to you." Yan Yi blushed. He was just about to speak when a strand of white light flashed, and then Yin Xian appeared. She glanced at Yan Yi with a gaze that bluntly revealed disdain, and then she looked at Qin Xie and said, "So what if you are attractive to him? It's just your body that's attractive because he has someone in his heart already. Moreover, regardless of whether it's in terms of appearance or figure, she surpasses you in both. You would never have a chance." Qin Xie restrained the smile on her face and said, "At least my body can still attract him. It's better than someone who can't even do that. No, I ought to see that he wouldn't spare a glance at you even if you stripped before him." As soon as they saw each other, both of them were instantly in confrontation. Chapter 171 Intentions. Yin Xian laughed coldly. She was just about to say something when Yang Yi shouted, "Enough!" At this moment, he was extremely annoyed. Had come here to take care of important business, and not to watch the two of them confront and attack each other. Qin Xie walked gracefully over to Yan Yi's side and revealed a gentle smile as she said, "All right, don't be angry. I won't argue with her." Her features were so warm and gentle that it almost seemed capable of melting ice caps. "Yan Yi." Yin Xian grunted coldly, and then she looked at Yan Yi and said, "I'm going out. I'll return once I've finished attending to my business." "Where are you going?" Yan Yi frowned and said, "You know that you're the public enemy of the entire Southern Territory. What if the 6 great powers notice you? Are you concerned about me?" Yin Xian suddenly cracked a smile. Yan Yi said indifferently, "I'm afraid you'd stir up trouble and drag me down with you." Yin Xian's expression turned cold while she said, "Don't worry, I won't implicate you." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and vanished in the room. After she left, Qin Xie said, "Little brother, you're clearly concerned about her, so why did you speak like that?" "Was I?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Or perhaps I should say, does she need the concern of others? Don't forget that she's a spirit realm expert that's skilled in all sorts of illusion techniques. Even an Exalt realm expert might not be able to take her life." Qin Xie said, "Little brother, she's so beautiful. Are you really not tempted by her at all? Big Sister noticed that she seems to have some interest in you. But she's just too prideful, so she refuses to show any weakness. If you're still angry at her because of what happened that day, then there's entirely no need for that because she might have acted in that way out of jealousy." "Jealousy?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What jealousy? Fool!" Qin Xie rolled her eyes at him and said, "She can't stand to watch us having such an intimate relationship. She definitely didn't target me that day solely because I'm a princess of the Grand Qin Empire, and it's mostly because our relationship is too intimate. Don't joke around." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I feel that I, Yang Yi, don't possess such great charm that I'm able to make a spirit realm expert who just met me wants to fall in love with me. Moreover, our relationship isn't intimate, right? How do you know that you don't possess such charm?" Qin Xie smiled and said, Moreover, little brother, can you really say that with a clear conscience? You've hugged and kissed big sister, and all that's left is to spend a night together. If this isn't intimate, then what is? Could it be that we really have to spend a night together? Yang Yu was truly speechless. He wasn't one that was good at talking with women, so he was always in a passive position when he was in the company of Qin Xie. However, for some unknown reason, he actually didn't dislike it. Could it be that men really like things like this sometimes? Yang Yi shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Let's not talk about all of that and get down to business. How is the formation of that organization going?" Qin Xie restrained her smile and said, "I've taken in some orphans in secret, and I've started training them. However, we're slightly tight in terms of resources. Besides funds, we face another problem, and it's that we don't possess any suitable techniques and teachers for them. Even though I'm at the King realm, I'm not skilled in assassinations. So, the biggest problem we face is that we must purchase some cultivation techniques and combat techniques related to assassins and find some people skilled in assassination to teach them." Yang Yi frowned because establishing this organization of assassins was even more difficult and troublesome than had imagined. The problem with funding wasn't a huge issue because he was a talisman master after all. But the matter of obtaining cultivation techniques and combat techniques related to assassinations and teachers skilled in assassinations was slightly difficult to resolve. After all, such techniques were extremely rare in the Southern Territory, and they couldn't just be bought with money. However, if those orphans were given ordinary techniques to learn, then how could they go against a colossus like the Flower Palace? Only assassins might be able to create a slight threat to the Flower Palace. Meanwhile, Qin Xie said, "I can procure assassination techniques." Yang Yi was delighted. "You can?" Qin Xie nodded and said, "There are numerous privately and secretly held auctions in the imperial capital. Not to mention assassination techniques, even earth-rank techniques could be purchased during these auctions. However, privately held sales like these were usually conducted by way of exchange. In other words, we can only use other treasures to exchange for what we need. Would talismans of the 5 elements and technique talismans be sufficient?" asked Yang Yi. "Of course," Qin Xie said. "Both of them are good treasures. Especially technique talismans, those might not even be possible to buy even if one had the money." "Then it isn't a problem." Yang Yi smiled. Talismans were the one thing he didn't lack at all, and even if he did, his master and Bauer would be able to provide him with some. "Your master is Master Lin Shan, so of course it isn't a problem." Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "But teachers skilled in assassinations are difficult to find. Practically all such individuals are within the League of Doom, but the League of Doom's members would absolutely not leave the League to teach others in secret. In any case, I don't care. You have to deal with this problem." Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Even you know that the number of people I know in the imperial capital can be counted on a single hand. So where would I look for such a person? Xie, you've been in the capital for so many years and even belong to the imperial household. You ought to have a way to accomplish it, right?" "Of course I do." A wisp of a charming smile arose on the corners of Qin Xie's mouth, and she said, "But little brother, how will you repay me?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Great Princess Qin, tell me your conditions." "Really?" "Of course. Big sister wants to marry you. What do you think about this condition? Can we be serious?" "I am." Qin Xie suddenly restrained her smile and spoke seriously. Yang Yi frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said." Qin Xie smiled and said, "Even though Big Sister succeeded in escaping my betrothal, I won't be able to avoid being a tool of the imperial household to rope in geniuses. Instead of that, isn't it better for Big Sister to choose herself? What do you think?" "What? You don't think Big Sister is worthy of you, huh?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Miss Xie, I've told you, I already like someone. Moreover, I think she probably likes me a little as well. So, it's impossible for anything to occur between us. Isn't it normal for men to have a few wives?" Qin Xie smiled and said, "What? Little brother, you still haven't attained enlightenment. Yang Yi smiled and said, I would like that as well, but it's not realistic in the end. Moreover, it isn't fair to either one of you. Both of you have the right to receive the full love of someone. Qin Xie shook her head, and then she looked Yang Yi in the eye and said, Little brother, you have a resolute and ruthless character, but you're slightly weak when it comes to feelings. Tell big sister the truth, do you really not like big sister at all? If you say that you don't, then big sister won't mention this again, and once the ascension rankings comes to an end, it'll look for a genius that has ascended the ascension rankings to marry. In all honesty, do I really not like this woman at all? Yang Yi wasn't sure. He wasn't sure if he liked her or not. But he couldn't deny that he would feel slightly uncomfortable if she were to marry another and be together with that person. Since it would make me feel uncomfortable, then it means I do like her. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, Xie, do you like me? Guess. Qin Xie blinked. Yang Yi was just about to speak when a wave of fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose, and then Qin Xie had arrived in front of him. She held his waist with both hands, and then her scarlet red and tender lips pressed down onto his own. Yang Yi stopped thinking about the question from before. He was able to sense that Qin Xie's kiss wasn't skilled, or it should be said that both of them were extremely unskilled. However, one usually learns such things without the need for a teacher. In next to no time, Yang Yi's tongue was unwilling to stay where it was, and he exerted a little strength to charge forward and capture that soft, moist, and delicate tongue before it. Moreover, his hands were unwilling to stay lonely. They gradually climbed up Qin Xie's curvy hips and started squeezing lightly. Before long, his hands were unwilling to stay here any longer, and they slowly climbed further, and then 2 plump balls were in his hands. Chapter 172 Teasing. Right when Yang Yi was about to give in to the beast inside him, Qin Xie suddenly pushed him away. At this moment, Qin Xie's eyes had a touch of emotion in them, yet there was still some clarity within them. She said, That which you're unable to obtain will always trouble you. Big sister won't give you her body so easily. At this moment, Yang Yi had sobered up slightly, and he immediately smiled bitterly upon hearing Qin Xie. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, What is the meaning? It's really painful for you. Qin Xie took a glance below Yang Yi's waist. What do you think? Yang Yi spoke in a slightly angry tone. Who asked you to allow your imagination to run wild? You deserve it. Qin Xie rolled her eyes at him. It's you who seduced me, all right? If you didn't allow your imaginations towards me run wild, then would I be able to seduce you? Let's get down to business. Yang Yi truly didn't want to discuss this topic with Qin Xie. Do you want me to help you deal with it? Qin Xie pointed at Yang Yi's nether regions. Yang Yi's heart couldn't help but jerk when he heard this. Right when he intended to say that he did, Qin Xie said instead, I was kidding. Let's get down to business. Yang Yi's face froze, and he glared fiercely at her. If Bao was a little she-devil, then this woman was undoubtedly a true she-devil. Moreover, she was one that specialized in men. You offended my second brother today? Qin Xie really did get down to business. Yang Yi's expression became serious when he heard this, and then he nodded and said, That second prince is the prince that used your mother to threaten you. Qin Xie nodded and said, That nephew of mine is very narrow-minded. You made him lose face in public today, so he will definitely not let you off. Of course, he can't openly make a move against you because your master is Lin Shan after all, and he's only a prince and not the emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. He will deal with me from the shadows? Asked Yang Yi. Qin Xie nodded and said, I think he'll order others to make a move against you during the Ascension rankings. If you perish during the Ascension rankings, then even your master, Lin Shan, can only accept it. When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xie paused for a moment, and then she cracked a smile. If he makes a move against you during the Ascension rankings, then you don't have to be worried or fearful at all. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. Stupid. Qin Xie rolled his eyes at Yang Yi and said, Do you know how the competition to ascend the ascension rankings is carried out? I don't. Yang Yi shook his head and was very honest. Even though he had come to participate in it, and had heard of it in the past, he really didn't know what the competition was like. Countless geniuses come to participate in the ascension rankings, so if battles are carried out one by one until the 30 strongest geniuses are chosen, then wouldn't these battles have to be carried out until next year? Qin Xie said slowly. The ascension rankings is divided into 2 parts. The first is to allow strong waves to wash away the sand, or to put it in simple terms, it's to eliminate those people that possess insufficient strength yet desire to make a name for themselves. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Xie as the sign that he wanted her to continue. It isn't just us humans that will be participating in the ascension rankings, the dark beasts will be participating as well. There's a mountain range over 2,500 kilometers to the south within the Grand Myriad Mountains, and it's called Ascension Mountain Range. It stretches on for a few thousand kilometers, and the extremely ferocious sword-toothed tiger clan lives there. During the first part of the ascension rankings, the member of the 6 great powers would teleport all the participating profounders to that mountain range. Only those that are able to leave the mountain within the stipulated period are able to participate in the second part. Qin Xie spoke slowly. It's being held in the Grand Myriad Mountains? Yang Yi's eyes lit up. If it was at any other place, then it might be difficult. But if it was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, then would any dark beast have the courage to look for trouble with him when he had the little fellow by his side? Wasn't this equivalent to cheating? Qin Xie glanced at him and said, Don't be careless, the sword-toothed tigers aren't simple existences. All of them are at least at the king rank. Besides them, the Dark Beast Empire will dispatch the elite dark beasts of other clans to Ascension Mountain Range. Of course, king-rank dark beasts are probably of no threat to you. But the biggest threat to you in the Ascension Mountain Range isn't these dark beasts but humans. Human? Yang Yi frowned and said, What do you mean? The participants wouldn't just be able to advance into the second part by merely leaving the mountain range. All of you have assignments to complete as well. Every single one of you must hunt a certain amount of dark beasts and gather their inner cores. If you don't gather enough, then you would have failed even if you survived the mountain range. Similarly, dark beasts have assignments as well. The dark beast's assignment is to kill and gather the head of humans. I said humans are the most dangerous because while you are in an intense battle with these dark beasts, human cultivators would usually be waiting behind to reap the benefits, said Qin Xie. Indeed. Yang Yi deeply agreed. Even though dark beasts were formidable, they wouldn't be so full of tricks like humans. So, it was extremely reasonable for Qin Xie to say that humans were the most dangerous. Especially the members of your sword sect and ghost sect. Qin Xie continued. Every single year, more than 90% of the disciples from the sword sect and ghost sect would either die or get injured during the ascension rankings, and most of these people hadn't suffered such injuries or death at the hands of dark beasts. Besides the sword sect and ghost sect, the other powers and clans that had enmity between them would kill each other in Ascension Mountain Range as well. In short, the Ascension Mountain Range is equivalent to a place to deal with enmity, said Qin Xie. Can I kill the disciples of the Flower Palace while I'm in the Ascension Mountain Range? Asked Yang Yi. He would be extremely happy to kill a few disciples of the Flower Palace while he was there. Qin Xie shook her head and said, It's best that you don't. You must remember that your mother is still within the Flower Palace. Perhaps they are unable to deal with you, but it's extremely easy for them to deal with your mother. Of course, if you're able to accomplish it without anyone finding out, then it's an entirely different story. However, I suggest that you don't take that risk unless it's they that make a move against you first. You think the Flower Palace's members wouldn't make a move against me? Said Yang Yi. Qin Xie shook her head and smiled. Wasn't the Ascension rankings the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi? So, how could the Flower Palace possibly let that chance slip by? Are you confident in your ability to deal with the Flower Palaces when in you? Qin Xie said. She's ranked at the first position on the Flower Palace's inner court rankings, and there's even a rumor that she possesses a pseudo-Dao artifact. Even if she doesn't possess a pseudo-Dao artifact, she should at least possess an Earth rank or Heaven rank dark treasure. Don't fail to kill them but lose your life in the process instead. I wouldn't be really confident if it was any other place, but if it's the Grand Myriad Mountains. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm 70% confident if it's at the Grand Myriad Mountains. If he fought Wen Yu fairly, then he wouldn't be confident in his ability to kill her even if he utilized his sword intent. However, if it was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, then he would have the assistance of the Violet Mink and the 2 Netherwolf Kings. With the 3 of them coupled with the little fellow's strange methods of attack, their group of 4 could even go against a Spirit Realm expert. Even though it would mostly end with their deaths. Besides the Flower Palace, you have to be careful of those 2 fellows from the Ghost Sect. Especially the one called Xianjun. Even though there's no information related to him, I have a feeling that he's extremely extraordinary. Qin Xie spoke with a solemn expression on her face. You think he isn't simple as well? Yang Yi said. I feel that his strength is even superior to Xiao Luo. It's just a feeling. Have you investigated him? Qin Xie didn't answer him. With a twist of her wrist, a large scroll appeared in her hand, and she passed it to Yang Yi. The information of all the participating geniuses that can pose a threat to you are recorded here. Even if their cultivations might be slightly low or they aren't famous, all of them are extremely formidable. You must not be careless if you encounter them in the Ascension Mountain range. Yang Yi felt warm in the heart as he gazed at the scroll, and he said, Thank you. Qin Xie cracked a smile and said, What are you thanking me for? Don't forget that the higher your ranking is, the more beneficial it is to me. Once you enter into the top 20 of the Ascension rankings, then I wouldn't have to sneak around in the Imperial capital any longer. At that time, I hope you'll enter the palace with me. Enter the palace? Qin Xie nodded and said, Of course, you'll be playing the role of son-in-law. So long as you ascend into the top 20 ranks, then the Imperial household will stop object to us being together. Moreover, my nephew will have no choice but to hold back out of fear, and he wouldn't be able to make a move against me. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to do so openly. Yang Yi suddenly asked, What if I die in the mountain range? The corners of Qin Xie's mouth curled up slightly before she said, I'll naturally go looking for another genius. Big sister won't remain a widow for you. That's really hurtful. Yang Yi shook his head, and he felt slightly hurt. You'll definitely come back alive. Suddenly, Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi while her face didn't reveal even the slightest smile. It was covered in a very serious expression. Yang Yi's heart trembled. Chapter 173 Agreement. When Yang Yi left the Immortal Indulgence Pavilion, it was night already, and the streets were extremely quiet because the Grand Qin Empire had enforced a curfew. So, only a few figures could be occasionally seen flashing swiftly through the streets. At this moment, Yang Yi's heart was in slight turmoil. Having more than one wife was the dream of every single man, but had never thought about it in the past. After all, he was only an ordinary person in South Peace City in the past, so not to mention having a few wives, even filling his stomach was an issue. He was a person who knew when to be content. Besides his desire to protect his younger sister and mother, he didn't have any ambition. So, even if had become a talisman master and comprehended both sword intent and the enlightened sword heart, had still never thought about utilizing his strength to do anything for himself. Qin Xie said it was extremely normal for men to have multiple wives. He wasn't opposed to this, but was it fair to sue Qin Shi and Qin Xie? Even though the way Qin Xie said it was extremely natural and without any discomfort, Yang Yi was able to sense that she had feigned all of that. After all, Qin Xie was a princess of an empire, and she was a king realm expert as well. How could she be willing to share her husband with another woman? As for Su Qingshi, it was even more obvious. With her strength and pride, just thinking about asking her to share him with another woman caused chills to run down his spine. Of course, most importantly, both their strengths were much higher than his own. Under such circumstances, how could they share a bed together? Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving, and he looked towards the distance as he exclaimed with surprise. Qingshi? Su Qingshi was standing ahead in white clothes, and she was looking at Yang Yi with green darkness in her hand. When she heard Yang Yi, Su Qingshi's figure flashed over to stand in front of Yang Yi, and then she said, "Someone was following you just now." "Following me?" Yang Yi was surprised, and then he said, "How could that be possible?" He wasn't being conceited, but with the little fellow by his side, how could he not notice someone following him? "It was an Exalt Realm expert," said Su Qingshi in a low voice. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he said, "An Exalt Realm expert? Was it the Ghost Sect or the Second Prince?" If it was an Exalt Realm expert, then it was understandable that the Violet Mink couldn't notice that person. Su Qingshi shook her head and said, "I was only able to sense that person's presence but didn't see that person. You killed the King Realm expert at the entrance of the capital today, and you've already drawn the attention of numerous powers and clans. Especially the Ghost Sect, they'd probably already started investigating you. The Flower Palace as well, they probably wouldn't underestimate you any longer. I can't feign weakness to defeat stronger opponents any longer." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. According to his original plan, he was to conceal his strength and try his best to avoid making any enemies, so that he could shock the world with a single brilliant feat during the Ascension rankings. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work any longer. Su Qingshi suddenly said, "Was it because of that woman called Qing Hong?" Yang Yi glanced at Su Qingshi. When he noticed she didn't reveal any unusual emotions, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and immediately nodded as he said, "They are friends I encountered in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and they'd helped my mother and younger sister in the past. They were implicated in this matter because of me, so I couldn't just do nothing to save them." Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say anything. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Right, what are you doing here?" Su Qingshi asked. "You utilized Violet Spirit today?" Yang Yi nodded and said with bewilderment, "What's wrong? Show it to me." Yang Yi didn't hesitate when he heard this, and with a flip of his right hand, the Violet Spirit sword appeared on his palm. Su Qingshi's fair hand moved lightly, and the green darkness sword in her hand flew before the two of them. At the same time, the Violet Spirit sword in Yang Yi's hand suddenly trembled and left its sheath by itself. It flew over to green darkness' side, and then under Yang Yi's astounded gaze, a strand of sword light suddenly erupted from the two swords as they spun around each other. "What's going on?" Yang Yi was bewildered as he gazed at the two swords that coiled around each other. As she gazed at the swords, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes. With a slight wave of her fair hand, Violet Spirit flew back into Yang Yi's grasp. She said, "Violet Spirit and Green Darkness were once a single sword, and it was called the Violet Green Sword. It was one of the few Tao artifacts in my sword sect. A few tens of years ago, my father utilized the Violet Green Sword in battle with the Ghost Sect's master. Its sword spirit was heavily injured during that battle and fell into an unconscious state, whereas its body was destroyed, causing the sword spirit's consciousness to be split into two as well. In order to recover the Violet Green Sword, both parts of its sword spirit had to be awakened. So, my sword sect had no choice but to forge the Violet Green Sword into two swords before they were given to the disciples of the sect to be constantly nourished within their dantians with the hope that they would be able to awaken the sword spirit within these two swords." Yang Yi was visibly moved. He hadn't imagined that the sword in his hand would actually have been a Tao artifact. A Tao artifact. That was something that couldn't be valued with gold at all. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and continued. "In the sword sect, the Green Darkness Sword only reacted when I utilized it, so I obtained the Green Darkness Sword. The sword sect originally intended to hand Violet Spirit over to other disciples to try awakening the sword spirit within it, but because of my objection, the Violet Spirit Sword has never shown any signs of recovering until now." "Your objection?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why did you object? If someone is able to awaken the sword spirit within Violet Spirit, then wouldn't it be a good thing for the sword sect?" Su Qingshi moved her gaze away and spoke indifferently. If someone was able to make Violet's spirit react, then I would have to cultivate with that person. Moreover, our hearts would have to be linked together. Yang Yi opened his eyes wide when he heard this, and then he practically roared as he said, "How could you do that? You naturally have to refuse. You did well by refusing. What a joke! Allow Su Qingshi to cultivate with someone else and have their hearts linked together?" Just thinking about it caused Yang Yi to have the impulse to kill someone. Su Qingshi glanced indifferently at him and didn't speak. Yang Yi seemed to feel had gotten too agitated earlier, and he blushed as he smiled embarrassedly. He said, "Qingshi, I've caused Violet's spirit to react to me, so does it mean that we'll be cultivating together and linking our hearts in the future?" Su Qingshi turned around to look Yang Yi in the eye. She said, "Well, cultivate together if you're able to return alive from the Grand Myriad Mountains." Yang Yi felt warmth flow through his heart when he heard this, and he was slightly moved. The woman standing before him was concerned about him, and it was just that the method she showed it was different than others. Yang Yi walked slowly towards Su Qingshi, and then he stretched out his hands to hold both of her. After that, with a light pull, he pulled Su Qingshi's slightly stiff yet delicate figure into his arms. As he took a light whiff of the faint fragrance that came from her, he said in a soft voice, "Don't worry. For the sake of my mother and for your sake, I'll definitely return from the Grand Myriad Mountains." Su Qingshi's delicate figure was still stiff. After a short moment, she pushed Yang Yi away lightly, and her icy cold face was slightly blushing. She wanted to struggle free from Yang Yi's arms, yet Yang Yi held tightly onto her waist, causing her actions to be done in vain. As he gazed at Su Qingshi's beautiful face that revealed traces of shyness, a sudden impulse shot through Yang Yi's heart, and he lowered his head slowly. Right when he was about to kiss Su Qingshi's scarlet-red lips, she suddenly struggled free from his embrace, held onto Yang Yi's shoulder, and then vanished on the spot. Just 2 breaths of time after they vanished, a group of Imperial Guards in silver armor moved in an orderly manner and passed by where they stood just moments ago. After they disappeared into the distance, Yang Yi and Su Qingshi appeared there once more. At this moment, Yang Yi's heart was filled with hatred. He wished for nothing more than to rush at them with his sword in hand and annihilate those guards. If those patrolling guards hadn't interrupted him, then he would have kissed her. Now, it was clear that he didn't have another chance because Su Qingshi stood far away from him, and her face had recovered its icy cold expression. Even though he knew that she definitely had a place for him in her heart, getting close to her required a string of favorable conditions. That moment from before was the best opportunity, yet it was gone now. When she saw Yang Yi looking at her, Su Qingshi's expression was slightly unnatural. She turned around and said, "Prepare yourself well after you get back. The fight to ascend the ascension rankings is about to begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingshi didn't stay for another moment. Her figure flashed and vanished on the spot, only leaving behind a strand of faint and clear fragrance where she stood moments before. As he took a whiff of the faint fragrance in the air, Yang Yi sighed in his heart and cursed. "Damnable Imperial Guards!" After he finished saying this, Yang Yi's figure immediately flashed and vanished beneath the veil of night. Chapter 174 Profligate Disciple. On the next day, Yang Yi headed over to the Talisman Masters Association. It was situated in the south of the imperial capital. As a great power that possessed an aloof status in the southern territory, the building alone occupied an enormous area and towered into the sky. When one gazed at it from below, it was utterly impossible to lay eyes upon the top. In the imperial capital, the scape of the Talisman Masters Association building was merely inferior to the Imperial Palace, but the Imperial Palace couldn't compare to its grandeur. The entire Talisman Masters Association building was created from kyanite. Kyanite were low-grade profound rank treasures that were even harder than iron. According to the market price of it, a fist-sized piece of kyanite could be sold for over 500 gold coins, while that amount of money was comparable to few years of expenses for an ordinary family in the Southern Territory. If it was in terms of strength, then perhaps the Talisman Masters Association would be inferior to the Origin School and Grand Qin Empire, But if it was in terms of wealth, then even the Grand Qin Empire was probably unable to compare to the Talisman Masters Association. As he stood at the entrance of the association, Yang Yi was visibly moved. The wealth of the association had truly shocked him because he finally understood what being extremely wealthy was like when he laid eyes upon this building. Those buildings in the Sword Sect were simply like low-class buildings before the Talisman Masters Association building. Unrelated people should leave the Talisman Masters Association building at once. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from within the building, and then a figure flashed out and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw this middle-aged man because the man was actually a King Realm expert. Moreover, the man was clearly at the 5th rank of the King Realm. A King Realm expert is being made to stand guard at the entrance. Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his hand. With a twist of his wrist, his badge appeared in his palm, and with a flick of his finger, it shot over towards the middle-aged man. After he received the badge, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and then he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. After that, he handed the badge back to Yang Yi in a respectful manner as he said, "I apologize for my offense just now." Yang Yi took the badge from him and smiled before he said, "It's fine, please take me to see Master Lin Shan." Yang Yi hadn't seen Little Yao for a very long time, so he was slightly impatient. "Master Lin Shan?" The middle-aged man was shocked, and he said, "Do you have an appointment?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man revealed a reluctant expression when he saw this, and then he said, "Then I'm very sorry, I can't take you to see Master Lin Shan. Because unless you have an appointment with Master Lin Shan, otherwise, I don't have the authority to bring anyone to see Master Lin Shan. Looks like Master's status in the association is very high." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I'm his disciple. He won't punish you for bringing me to see him." "You're Master Lin Shan's disciple?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. After a short while, he said with a puzzled expression, "But Master Lin Shan only has a granddaughter. Do you have any proof?" "I'm sorry. It isn't that I refuse to believe you, but I have to make sure of this. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to endure Master Lin Shan's punishment if he decides that it's required. Please do forgive me." "Proof?" Yang Yi frowned. How could he have any proof? He shook his head, and he was just about to utilize a transmission talisman to contact Lin Shan when a clear and melodious voice that carried slight surprise resounded behind Yang Yi. "You're Master Lin Shan's disciple?" Yang Yi turned around when he heard this, and he saw a man and woman looking at him. Both were around the age of 20. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Especially her figure and appearance, it slightly took Yang Yi's breath away. The woman wore a violet-colored robe of a talisman master. She couldn't be said to be peerlessly gorgeous, but she had a beautiful appearance, pretty features, and a tall and slender figure. She was very pleasing to look at. In next to no time, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the woman's left chest. There was a badge made of silver material there, and a small character was inscribed on the badge. Yang Yi was slightly surprised. This woman is actually an Earth Talisman Master. "Young Miss by Young Master Lu." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man by Yang Yi's side bowed to them and spoke respectfully. The woman nodded and said, "Wang Han, you may leave." Wang Han hurriedly withdrew himself when he heard this. After Wang Han left, the woman looked at Yang Yi and said, "You said you're Master Lin Shan's disciple?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Who are you?" Right at this moment, the young man at the side shook his head and said, "Young Miss Bai, he's merely a grade 4 talisman master, so how could he possibly be Master Lin Shan's disciple? Moreover, both of us have never heard of Master Lin Shan taking any disciple." The woman looked at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi just smiled yet didn't explain before he turned around and headed towards the Talisman Masters Association. The woman's beautiful brows knit together when she saw Yang Yi remain silent and leave directly. When the young man noticed this, he hurriedly shouted at Yang Yi, "Stop right there." Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he turned around to look at the young man before he said, "Is there something you need?" "Young Miss Bai asked you something, So why didn't you answer her? The young man shouted. Besides that, why didn't you bow when you met us? Bow? Yang Yi frowned and said, Is there something wrong with you? Bow to you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Head always respected those who respect him, and he would naturally not be stupid enough to respect someone that didn't respect him. Yang Yi felt a great deal of aversion towards this fellow's haughty attitude. Since it was like that, he would naturally not be nice to this fellow. How arrogant! The young man was extremely furious, and he started laughing instead. He said, You're the most arrogant fellow I've seen in the Talisman Masters Association throughout these years. Let me tell you, you are dead no matter who your master is. Do you know who young Miss Bai is? She is. Right at this moment, Yang Yi waved his hand to interrupt the young man before he said, I'm not interested to know who she is, nor am I interested to know who you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the Talisman Masters Association. Had never had a good impression of conceited people like this young man. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes when he heard Yang Yi. Throughout the years had been in the Talisman Masters Association, there hadn't been a single young talisman master that dared to treat him in this way, and it was even before the woman he had feelings for. When he thought up to here, the young man stopped hesitating and tossed with his right hand. A talisman shot out explosively, and it exploded in midair. Space fluctuated before a human head-sized ball of fire flashed into appearance, and then it whistled sharply through the air as it descended towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped moving while a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned around, clenched his right palm into a fist, and suddenly smashed his fist towards the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded into pieces in the spot, and it transformed into sparks that covered the sky before dispersing into the surroundings. The young man's eyelids twitched when he saw Yang Yi blast the fireball apart with a single punch. Had never expected that Yang Yi's strength would actually be so formidable. Right at this moment, the woman was about to say something, but Yang Yi didn't give her the chance. Because as soon as had blasted the fireball apart, Yang Yi had swiftly stomped the ground with his right foot and relied on the counterforce to shoot over explosively towards the young man. He avoided offending others so long as they didn't offend him. Since the young man had attacked him, then he would naturally not hold back. When he arrived 3 m away from the young man, Yang Yi twisted his wrist and Violet Spirit appeared in his left hand. However, right when he was about to draw his sword and slash it, his pupils suddenly constricted. He forcefully stopped himself before he drew his sword and slashed towards his right. Bang! A wind blade collided with Violet Spirit, and then a wave of air suddenly swept towards the surroundings. At the same time, the young man recovered from his shock. When he realized that Yang Yi actually intended to kill him just now, the young man was both shocked and furious. With a movement of his wrist, a stack of technique talismans appeared in his hand. The woman's mouth opened slightly when she noticed him withdrawing a stack of technique talismans, and she was about to speak, yet it was too late. Because the young man had tossed them at Yang Yi. There were at least 10 in that stack, and every single one of them was equivalent to a low-grade profound rank combat technique. So, the might they possessed was obvious. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, ice crystals, ground spikes. Yang Yi was caught off guard, and coupled with the fact that he was so close to the young man, he was instantly drowned beneath these technique talismans. Bang! An enormous world-shaking bang resounded at the entrance to the Talisman Masters Association, and boundless dust, dirt, and waves of air swept towards the surroundings. When it all dispersed, Yang Yi's figure that was in an extremely embarrassing state was revealed. Yang Yi was really in a very embarrassing state. His hair had been blasted to the point they stood on end, and his clothes were barely able to cover him. Even though there were no injuries on his body or face, they were all jet black. At this moment, they experienced what it felt to be that spirit realm expert from yesterday. Fortunately, those technique talismans weren't tossed over by Bauer, otherwise, he would probably be unable to endure their blasts even with the formidable physical body he possessed. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and his eyes bluntly emanated killing intent as he gazed at the young man who stood there in shock. The profound energy within Yan Ye's body surged while he activated the Gale's shoes, and then he swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot explosively at the young man. Stop! Right when Yan Yi was less than 3 m away from the young man, the woman hurriedly shouted in a delicate voice. Chapter 175 Unforeseen Even. Stop? What a joke! If my physical body wasn't comparable to a king-ranked dark beast, then I would have probably transformed into a pile of ash by now. Yan Yi didn't just refrain from slowing down, he even sped up to arrive before the young man, and then didn't hesitate at all to draw his sword and stab. The young man was astounded when he saw Yan Yi instantly arrive in front of him. Because he was utterly unable to dodge at this moment, and could only stand there helplessly as a terrifying aura stabbed towards his chest. Clang! When Violet's spirit was only inches away from the young man's chest, a yellow-colored force erupted from within the young man, and it blasted Yan Ye's sword away. Yan Yi withdrew his sword and flashed backward, and then his brows knit together tightly as he gazed at the yellow energy barrier that covered the young man. He hadn't expected that this fellow would actually possess such a defensive treasure that was capable of blasting his sword away. It's at least at the Earth rank, or above. Since he's able to possess an Earth rank treasure, then I presume his identity is definitely not simple. But so what about that? I don't attack unless attack. Since he wants to kill me, then I'll naturally give him an eye for an eye. There were many people in the world that looked for trouble like this and refused to be reasonable. So, the fist was the best way to deal with everything. Right when Yan Yi was prepared to attack again, the woman arrived before the young man, and there was a stack of technique talismans that flickered with brilliant radiance within her hand. The woman gazed at Yan Yi and said coldly, "How ruthless of you! We merely asked if you were Master Lin Shan's disciple, yet you actually wanted to kill him." When he saw the woman stand in front of him with a stack of technique talismans in her hand, the young man instantly became confident. He gazed at Yan Yi and said furiously, "You actually wanted to kill me? How audacious of you! Let me tell you! No matter who your master is, you're dead. Not only are you dead, but your whole family is dead as well. I'll kill everyone related to you by blood." The young man was both shocked and furious when he recalled that he was almost stabbed to death by this fellow who stood before him. He was shocked because this fellow's strength was truly too formidable, and that stack of technique talismans he tossed were actually unable to kill this fellow. He was furious because this fellow actually dared to attack him. After all, even the princes of the Grand Qin Empire, and the geniuses of the Origin School had to give him some face. When had he ever been treated in this way? When he thought up to here, another stack of technique talismans appeared in his hand. However, when he intended to toss them at Yan Yi, he was stopped by the woman who stood by his side. When he heard the woman and saw the bunches of technique talismans in their hands, Yan Yi couldn't help but laugh. He looked at her and said, "Earlier, I thought you were a reasonable person. But now it would seem like you are just like that fellow by your side. Even though it's quite pointless, I still want to ask you. Who was it that attacked first? Who was the one that wanted to kill the other first? Besides that, why didn't you ask him to stop when he wanted to kill me just now? Yet you asked me to stop when I wanted to kill him? Moreover, you even spoke like it was my mistake. Who the fuck do you think you are? Are you the Origin School's master or the Grand Qin Empire's emperor?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi didn't continue wasting his breath. He withdrew a high-grade Strider talisman and Strength talisman, and then he slapped them on himself. After that, his figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the young man before he drew his sword and slashed. This time, Yan Yi hadn't held back at all. Under the boost from his golden profound energy, the Strength talisman, and his own physical strength, the speed at which Yan Yi drew his sword was at least 2 times faster than before, and its might had experienced a similar increase as well. So, a loud sound of air exploding resounded at the instant Violet's spirit left its sheath. Yan Yi's speed was truly too swift. It was swift to the point the young man and woman weren't able to react in time before he arrived in front of them. This time, The young man was terrified when he sensed the terrifying aura Yang Yi emanated. Bang! Violet spirit descended towards the young man's head, and the yellow energy barrier appeared once more and struck Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi's hand trembled while Violet spirit almost fell out of his grasp. In the next moment, a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Break!" As soon as he shouted, his right hand suddenly smashed down. Bang! The sound of glass shattering resounded through the surroundings. The young man was horrified when he sensed the yellow energy barrier shatter, and he instinctively dodged towards the side. However, it was still slightly too late, and Yang Yi's violet spirit pierced through his right arm. H! The young man's eyes opened wide while a shrill cry resounded from his mouth. Along with this shrill cry, an arm flew into the air while blood sprayed from it. Right when Yang Yi intended to finish him, the woman had recovered from her shock, and then she tossed 3 technique talismans at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped, and then with a flick of his wrist, Violet Spirit swept swiftly towards them before 3 strands of golden sword she shot out explosively from its tip. Earlier, had been struck by the young man's technique talismans because had been too careless and hadn't expected the young man would possess so many technique talismans. Now, he was vigilant against the woman since a long time ago, so he was naturally ready to deal with her attacks. Bang! 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 The sword she collided with the techniques created by the talismans, and then they dispersed into the air. The woman's eyelids twitched. This fellow's strength is too formidable. Right when she was about to say something, Yang Yi had moved. Yang Yi held Violet Spirit in his hand as he swept it towards the woman, and then a strand of golden sword she shot explosively at her. At the same time, Yang Yi's figure flashed along behind the sword she and dashed swiftly towards her. The woman's identity was definitely not simple, but so what about it? Could he only be killed but not retaliate? He, Yang Yi, would pay no attention to all of this. Since someone wanted to kill him, then he would kill that person. It was just that simple. This woman was very beautiful as well, but was it related to him at all? He would cherish beauties, but he would absolutely not do so when the beauty was his enemy. No matter if it was a child or a woman, he would kill his enemies without the slightest hesitation. The woman's expression changed when she noticed Yang Yi actually intended to kill her. With a flick of her finger, another 3 technique talismans flew at Yang Yi. The technique talismans exploded in midair, and then a bolt of lightning that was thick as an arm, a fireball that had a tail of fire which stretched out for over a meter, and a blade of wind that whistled through the air shot down explosively towards Yang Yi. This time, it was Yang Yi's expression that changed. Because one of these 3 technique talismans were actually a low-grade high-rank technique talisman. So, it was equivalent to an earth-rank technique. Yang Yi didn't dare be careless. He stopped moving while the profound energy within his body poured swiftly into Violet Spirit, and then he swiftly slashed it at those 3 technique talismans. Bang! The technique talismans collided with the 3 strands of sword chi that Yang Yi executed. A wave of air swept towards the surroundings, yet the bolt of lightning that was thick as an arm hadn't lost momentum at all and was still descending towards him from amidst the wave of air. This time, Yang Yi truly experienced how formidable talisman masters were. The young man and woman before him were both merely at the first heaven realm, and their strengths weren't formidable at all. However, the young man had almost caused him to be defeated here, whereas the woman was even more terrifying. Because he had no choice but to expose some trump cards of his, otherwise, he would be utterly unable to resist this technique talisman that was comparable to an earth-rank combat technique. Right when Yang Yi was about to utilize his sword intent, a strand of violet light suddenly appeared around him, and Yang Yi was immediately delighted when he saw it. I actually forgot the little fellow. With this violet light barrier present around him, Yang Yi gave up on utilizing his sword intent and allowed the lightning to descend. Bang! A bang that shook the heavens resounded. The ground shook while dust fluttered into the air. At this moment, the entire Talisman Masters Association was alarmed. It wasn't just the Talisman Masters Association, even some experts in the surroundings were shocked. who had the gall to actually cause trouble at the Talisman Masters Association. In next to no time, numerous experts rushed towards the association. The dust and dirt dispersed, and Yang Yi walked out slowly from amidst them. The woman's pupils constricted, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. His figure flashed before he instantly arrived in front of the woman, and then he drew his sword and slashed. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out from within the association building. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because the person who spoke these words was at least at the spirit realm. When he thought about how the woman had actually tossed the high-rank technique talisman at him, Yang Yi stopped hesitating and sped up his actions. So, what if that person was a spirit realm expert? The woman had backing, but did he not have the same? What were masters for? They were there to stand up for their disciples at the critical moment. What audacity! This time, the voice didn't come from within the building, and it came from behind Yang Yi instead. Chapter 176 Senior Sister. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare continue his attack against the woman that stood before him, because he sensed an attack formed from energy descending towards him from the back. He loosened his grip and Violet's spirit left his grasp. The woman opened her eyes wide. However, Violet's spirit that shot over swiftly like a bolt of lightning hadn't chopped off her head, and it just remained closely before her neck. On the other hand, Yang Yi turned around, and then he swiftly clenched his right palm into a fist and smashed it ahead. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying. In midair, Yang Yi finally saw the appearance of his opponent clearly. His opponent was a white-haired old man that wore a black talisman master's robe yet didn't have a badge on his robe. So, the old man's grade was unknown. At this moment, the old man was looking at him with a vicious expression. After blasting Yang Yi back with a single strike, the old man took a step forward, clenched his fist, and intended to launch another attack against Yang Yi. However, right at this moment, Yang Yi, who descended to the ground, said coldly, "Geezer, it'll kill that woman if you launch another attack." The old man's strength was absolutely not something he could go against right now, because the energy within his body was roiling like an ocean right now while vital energy couldn't flow smoothly. It was very likely that the old man standing before him was an Exalt Realm expert. The old man stopped when he heard Yang Yi, and then he looked at the woman. He frowned when he noticed Violet's spirit that was stuck closely to the woman's neck, and then he turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "What a marvelous technique of sword control. Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" "No." Yang Yi frowned as he said in his heart, "Why hasn't Master arrived?" Yang Yi wasn't a rash fellow. The reason he dared to act so arrogantly in front of the Talisman Masters Association was because of Lin Shan. If Master still doesn't come out now that the matter has escalated to such an extent, could it be that I really have to fight with this geezer that's very likely to be at the Exalt realm? The old man was about to say something when he suddenly glanced towards the surroundings, and then he suddenly shouted, "Leave immediately! Otherwise, don't blame the Talisman Masters Association for being merciless." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi clearly sensed that the auras of those experts that were hiding in the surroundings had swiftly withdrawn and vanished. After a short while, the old man withdrew his gaze, looked at Yang Yi, and then said, "You're threatening me?" "Yes." Yang Yi looked the old man in the eye as he spoke. Even though it was very likely that the old man was an Exalt Realm expert, but he wasn't afraid. If worse comes to worst, he would just flee. The old man's eyes narrowed, and then it flickered with a cold glow. Suddenly, he glanced at the young man that was lying unconscious on the ground, and then he looked at the woman who had Violet's spirit floating there right against her neck. In the end, he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, you're a talisman master, so you ought to have a master. But I want to tell you that both you and your master are doomed today. You can't afford to offend both of them." "Is that so?" Yang Yi said. "My master is Lin Shan. Am I still be doomed?" If there was someone to rely on, then he definitely had to rely on that person. Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic person. "Your master is Lin Shan?" The old man frowned and said, What kind of joke is that? Doesn't that geezer, Lin Shan, only have that little she-devil Bao? When did he get another disciple? Kid, let me tell you. If that old geezer, Lin Shan, knows that you pretended to be his disciple, then he will skin you alive. Wouldn't you know whether I'm pretending or not if you call him out here? At this moment, Yan Yi was very depressed. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? If he said he was Lin Shan's disciples in the past, then it was slightly fake, but it was the truth right now. You're really that old geezer's disciple? When he noticed Yang Yi's expression, the old man frowned as he asked this question. Because he felt that this young man before him didn't seem to be lying. I guarantee. Wouldn't you know the answer by asking my master to come here? Said Yang Yi. The old man shook his head and said, He's unable to come out here for now. He's in a meeting with the other old fellows. Let that girl go. It'll take you to see him once he's done with his meeting. Let her go. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Senior, don't joke with me. If I let her go, then what would I do if you make a move against me again? I'm not a match for you. How about we do this? You bring Bauer over here because she's not in a meeting, right? Wouldn't she be able to prove my identity? Kid, if you're really Lin Shan's disciple, then it's best that you let her go. Do you know who she is? The old man said. If you're really that old geezer, Lin Shan's disciple, then you have to call her senior sister. If Lin Shan finds out that you intended to kill her, you'll definitely be confined. Most importantly, your martial uncle will definitely not let you go. Right, head the president of the Talisman Masters Association. Yan Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he turned to glance at the woman before he said, Senior, stop joking. Shed almost killed me with that other fellow earlier, yet she's my senior sister? Even if she really is my senior sister, I wouldn't acknowledge such a senior sister. Right at this moment, the woman said, I merely asked if you were Marshal Uncle Lin's disciple. Yan Yi laughed coldly and said, You asked? Did I not answer you? Did you believe me after I did? What could I do if you didn't believe me? Besides that, why didn't you stop that fellow when he attacked me? Not only did you refrain from stopping him, but you also helped him deal with me. Senior sister? What a joke! Be a bit more obedient. If you dare make any sudden movements, then see if I dare to chop off your head or not. The woman was about to speak when her beautiful brows suddenly knit together. Violet's spirit had moved slightly closer to her neck, and a strand of fresh blood flowed slowly from her neck. She looked at Yang Yi, and she heard Yang Yi speak in a cold tone. Don't spout any nonsense. I have no interest to hear any nonsense from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi looked at the old man and said, Senior, please go get Bauer. The old man's brows trembled as he said, Now I believe that you're that old geezer, Lin Shan's disciple. Only that old geezer would take such a ruthless and bold fellow like you as his disciple. Kid, let your senior sister go. I guarantee that I won't make a move against you. Yang Yi sighed in his heart. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill the man and woman this time. He said, Senior, this woman is my senior sister, then what about him? Who's he that senior said both my master, and I would be doomed no matter who my master is. He wouldn't be the son-in-law of the president, right? The old man glanced at the woman and said, Even though he isn't, he will be soon. However, now that you've severed an arm of his, he will probably be unable to now. Oh, right. His grandfather is an elder of the association. While his grandfather's status can't compare to your master, he's a top-rate figure in the association. In short, you're in trouble. With a flick of his right hand, Violet's spirit flew back into his grasp, and then he walked slowly over to the young man that laid on the ground. He said, Then so be it. I can't refrain from killing him and only allow him to kill me just because I'm afraid of trouble, right? Right at this moment, the woman stood before the young man, and she gazed at Yang Yi while she said in a low voice, What are you going to do? I'm going to kill him, of course. What? You want to stop me? Yang Yi said. Let me tell you in advance. If you make a move against me, then I guarantee that I'll kill you. Knowing when to stop. What a joke. He liked to put an end to all future troubles. The old man's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he cursed in his heart. Little man. Lin Shan is an old man. His granddaughter is a little she-devil, and this disciple of his is another man. Birds of a feather really do flock together. The woman was stunned. How could he possibly act in this way? He's already aware of my identity, yet he doesn't give me any face at all. Is he really someone ignorant that knows no fear? Right when the woman was stunned, Yang Ye's figure moved around her, and the violet spirit sword in his hand slashed at the man's neck. There was a saying that one shouldn't act too ruthlessly and leave a way out for oneself. Yang Yi felt that these words were bullshit. He was sure that if he didn't kill the young man today, then the young man would definitely take revenge against him in the future. Even if the young man didn't dare do it openly, the young man would plot against him. It was easy to dodge a thrust of a spear that was in the open, yet it was difficult to take precautions against an arrow coming from the shadows. He didn't like leaving a venomous snake behind to target him at all times. As for that grandfather of this young man, he didn't care at all. Had decided to kill the young man first because his master would be there to deal with the rest. The old man would naturally not watch as the young man was killed by Yang Yi right before his eyes. Because if that happened, then the young man's grandfather would definitely hate him as well. Even though he wasn't afraid, there was no need to make such an enemy. So, Yang Ye's sword didn't descend completely in the end because the old man had appeared in front of the young man. When he saw the old man appear before the young man, Yang Yi withdrew his sword, shrugged, and said, "Since Senior wants to protect him, then Junior will give Senior face and refrain from killing him. But if he schemes against me in the future or am unlucky enough to die at his hands, then my master will definitely seek justice from Senior." The old man was furious when he heard this, and he said, "Kid, what the fuck does this have to do with me? I refuse to let you kill him because fighting is prohibited before the Talisman Masters Association building. If you want to kill him, sure. So long as it's not at the association, then you can kill him as you please. You can even do the same to your senior sister." Chapter 177 Feng Yang. Right when Yang Yi was about to speak, the furious old man suddenly frowned, and then he said, "Kid, you're in trouble." Yang Yi was stunned. He didn't know what the old man meant. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from within the Talisman Masters Association, and then a figure shot out from within the building. In the time for a single breath, that figure had arrived here. The figure was an old man that wore a black-colored Talisman Master's robe, and there was a hideous scar at the corner of the old man's eye. When the old man noticed the miserable state that the young man on the ground was in, his face instantly became savage, and he looked at the old man by his side and said furiously, "Ning Xiu, what exactly happened?" Ning Xiu pointed at Yang Yi and spoke while taking slight pleasure in Yang Ye's misfortune. "What else? Feng Yang, your grandson has become too used to acting arrogantly, and this time, he bit off more than he could chew. Oh, it was him. You're not mistaken, it was he who caused your grandson to be in his current state." Yang Ye's face darkened when he heard this. Is this old geezer called Ning Xiu really a friend of my master's and not an enemy? Yang Yi didn't have the time to give it too much thought because the old geezer called Feng Yan had looked towards him. Moreover, the geezer's eyes emanated ghastly killing intent that wasn't concealed at all. The profound energy within Yang Ye's body surged while the hidden sword appeared in his hand. Even if this geezer called Feng Yan hadn't attained the Exalt realm, he was at least at the peak of the spirit realm. So, Yang Yi didn't dare be careless at all. Now, he merely hoped he would be able to hold on for a while longer until Lin Shan arrived. Feng Yan didn't waste his breath, and he directly used his right hand to make a grabbing motion at Yang Yi from afar. An enormous palm formed from energy appeared before the old man, and with a light shake of his right hand, it carried a terrifying aura as it smashed down forcefully at Yang Yi like a mountain shaped in the image of a palm. Ning Xiu's expression changed when he saw this attack. He hadn't expected that Feng Yang would actually execute a high-grade profound rank technique. The might of a high-grade profound rank technique executed by a peak spirit realm expert wasn't inferior to the might of an earth rank technique executed by a king realm expert. According to his original intentions, he wanted to see exactly how formidable this disciple of Lin Shan's was, but had never imagined that Feng Yang would actually launch a lethal attack. Right when he was about to lend Yan Yi a hand, he suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" After that, he calmed the profound energy within his body while he gazed at Yan Yi with shock and curiosity because this fellow at the first heaven realm actually intended to go against a spirit realm expert. Yan Yi's pupils had constricted when Feng Yang executed the combat technique, and the profound energy within his body surged madly before a light golden sword light effused out from his entire body. Suddenly, Yan Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure shot out explosively. When he got close to the enormous energy palm, he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Feng Yang's mouth when he saw Yan Yi actually try and go head-on against the technique he executed. This fellow before me is merely an ant at the first heaven realm, yet he actually dares to take the initiative to attack? He really overestimates his strength. Under Feng Yang's disdainful gaze, Yan Yi collided with the energy palm that was a few times larger than himself. A strand of golden light flashed. Bang! An enormous bang rumbled, and then the energy palm rumbled as it exploded into pieces. Both the woman and Ning Xiao were dumbstruck. A combat technique executed by a spirit realm expert was destroyed by this young man just like that. How could this be possible? Feng Yang muttered softly, and his voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Yan Yi experienced the benefits of the enlightened sword heart once more. When Feng Yang executed that technique, had instinctively noticed the flaw in this technique. Every single technique had a flaw or weak point, and he who possessed the enlightened sword heart was able to locate these flaws and weak points right away. Elder Mu had said the enlightened sword heart was even more terrifying than sword intent, and Yan Yi didn't really believe this. But now, Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then a vicious expression flashed on his face as he gazed at Feng Yang. With a command in his heart, violet spirit swished through the air and transformed into a wisp of violet light that shot explosively at Feng Yang. At the same time, Yan Yi stomped the ground with his right foot. He relied on the counterforce from this and the boost from both the Gale's shoes and Strider talisman to transform into a shadow that followed closely behind Violet Spirit, and he shot explosively towards Feng Yang. Yan Yi had never liked to be in a passive position. Even if he was facing a spirit realm expert, so what about it? He who strikes first gains the advantage, and he who strikes late fails. Even if he didn't attack, Feng Yang would still attack him. So why shouldn't he attack first? A wisp of surprise flashed in Feng Yang's eyes when he saw Violet Spirit attack on its own. What a marvelous technique of sword control. But in next to no time, this surprise of his had transformed into rage. Because this ant had actually dared to attack him. A first heaven realm expert attacking a spirit realm expert like me? What a joke! Is he trying to humiliate me? Under the influence of his fury, Feng Yang didn't hold back. With a flick of his finger, a strand of profound energy shot out explosively and struck Violet Spirit, causing it to be instantly blasted flying. However, in the next moment, Violet Spirit transformed into a strand of violet light and shot explosively towards Feng Yang once more. This time, it wasn't just Feng Yang who was shocked, even the woman and Ning Xiao were shocked. When did such a peerlessly profound sword technique appear in the sword sect? This is simply inconceivable. Right at this moment, Yan Yi had arrived in front of Feng Yang, and he didn't hesitate to draw the hidden sword from its sheath, and a strand of light flashed as he slashed it forcefully at Feng Yang's head. Feng Yang grunted coldly. With a swing of his right hand, a strand of powerful wings struck Yan Yi's body. Yan Yi seemed as if had suffered a powerful blow, and his figure was blasted flying. In midair, Yan Yi stomped with his legs to steady himself, and then with a command in his heart, Violet Spirit that was originally shooting towards Feng Yang had suddenly changed its direction and instantly arrived at the neck of the young man who laid on the ground. "Old bastard, just you try making another move against me!" It'll separate your grandson's head from his body. Yan Yi suppressed the roiling energy in his body as he gazed at Feng Yang and spoke in a cold voice. That strike from before allowed Yan Yi to realize that he wasn't a match for Feng Yang at all. If he utilized a few high-rank technique talismans and the pearl of baleful blood, then perhaps he would have a tiny chance of killing the old man. But the problem was that he didn't possess any high-rank technique talismans now. As for the pearl of baleful blood, it would probably be utterly unable to deal with this old man. Because this old man's strength was probably even slightly superior to Su Qinshu. You're threatening me? Feng Yang slowly clenched his right hand into a fist, and the profound energy within his body roiled without end. I am. Yan Yi laughed coldly and said, Old man, just take another step forward if you don't believe me, and you can see whether I dare to chop off your grandson's head. Feng Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. A profounder at the first heaven realm dares to threaten me? Right when he was about to take a step forward, Ningxiu said, Feng Yang, if you don't want anything to happen to your grandson, then it's best you do as he says. If he killed your grandson, then your grandson would have absolutely died in vain, but if you kill him, then I guarantee you'll never know peace for your entire lifetime. What do you mean? Feng Yang gazed at Ningxiu as he spoke in a deep voice. What else? Ningxiu rolled his eyes and said, Do you know who this kid's master is? It's that man, Lin Shan. If you kill Lin Shan's disciple, then with his temper, I guarantee all your loved ones will be exterminated. Feng Yang's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and then he said, He's that old geezer, Lin Shan's disciple? Feng Yang nodded and said, Even though I have no proof, it should be true. If he wasn't Lin Shan's disciple, then would this kid dare to act so arrogantly? Moreover, you mustn't think that he wouldn't dare kill your grandson because if I didn't stop him earlier, then he would have even killed his senior sister. So, for the sake of your grandson's life, it's best that you don't make a move against him. After a short while, Feng Yang took a deep breath, and then he spoke with a savage expression. So what if he's Lin Shan's disciple? He can kill my grandson because he's Lin Shan's disciple? Old man Ning, don't you think that I'm afraid of Lin Shan? If worse comes to worse, well, can just fight to the death. Ningxiu shook his head and said, Old man Feng, I'm not saying that you're afraid of Lin Shan. I'm saying that if you dare to attack, then that kid would absolutely dare to kill your grandson. Besides that, this kid possesses such terrifying strength at such an age, so he's absolutely a disciple the Sword Sect dispatched to participate in the Ascension rankings, and he might even be Taoist Zhe's disciple. Just think about it, both of us have never seen or heard of that sword technique from before. If it wasn't Taoist Zhe, then could anyone else in this world possess such a profound sword technique? If you kill him, and it enrages Taoist Zhe, then even if you are a Heaven Talisman Master, the entire Talisman Masters Association would still be unable to protect you and your Feng clan. Chapter 178 Schemes. Feng Yang's eyelids twitched when he heard the words Taoist Zhe. He had a chance if it was against Lin Shan, but if it was against Taoist Zhe, then no. They weren't existences on the same level at all. The Sword Sect had been able to remain standing for a few hundreds of years and remain a member of the six great powers because of Taoist Zhe's presence. Just as Ningxiu had said, if he infuriated this legendary figure, then his Feng clan would definitely be unable to endure Taoist Zhe's rage. Is your master Taoist Zhe or not? Feng Yang gazed at Yang Yi as he asked in a deep voice. What do you think? Yang Yi would naturally not say that he wasn't, but he wouldn't say he was either. What a joke! Had stopped posing as another's disciple for a long time now. Of course, the most important reason was that he was afraid of the trouble that would descend upon him in the future. At this moment, he couldn't afford to offend the divine protector of the Sword Sect, Taoist Zhe. Feng Yang's eyelids twitched, and he had the impulse to strike Yang Yi to death right now. However, when he recalled the sword technique Yang Yi executed earlier, and the scenes where Yang Yi had broken through his combat techniques, Feng Yang took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed this impulse. Even though his young man who stood before him was merely at the first heaven realm, the young man's strength wasn't inferior to a king realm expert. Especially that mysterious sword technique. So, if this young man's cultivation was just a little bit higher, then even he would have no choice but to fear this young man. The more he thought about this, the more Feng Yang felt that Yang Yi was Taoist Zhe's disciple. Because only Taoist Zhe could foster such a monstrous genius in the sword. After a short while, Feng Yang said in a low voice, "Let my grandson go. I won't kill you. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Yi ridiculed. "You wouldn't kill me just because you said so? What if you attack me as soon as I let your grandson go? How could a tiny little first heaven realm profounder like me survive before a spirit realm expert like you?" "Kid, don't go too far," said Feng Yang in a low voice. Right at this moment, Ningxiu said, "Kid, let his grandson go. I guarantee that he will absolutely not make a move against you. All right?" Ningxiu himself was afraid that Yang Yi would be impulsive and kill Feng Yang's grandson. Because in that way, an enmity that could only end in death would have been sown. Presently, there was still room for them to be reconciled, so there was absolutely no need for the matter to develop to such an extent. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then Violet's spirit returned to his hand with a single gesture from him. He believed this old man, Ningxiu, slightly because the old man had spoken on his behalf. Otherwise, a life and death struggle would have probably erupted between him and the old man called Feng Yang. Even though he wasn't afraid of that, there was truly no need for it. As for the young man that laid on the ground, if he was sensible, then he would naturally not come looking for trouble with Yang Yi. Conversely, if the young man wasn't sensible, then he couldn't be blamed for what happened. Feng Yang didn't attack. His figure flashed and arrived before the young man that laid in a pool of blood. Even though the young man's injuries were very severe, fortunately, the young man had slapped a healing talisman on himself, so there was no danger to his life. However, Feng Yang was still slightly unable to restrain his rage from surging, and he wanted to shred Yang Yi into pieces. However, he still had a little bit of sense left in him, so he didn't attack. He just glanced coldly at Yang Yi before he glanced at the woman with a gaze that carried deep meaning, and then he carried the young man along as he flashed and vanished on the spot. When he saw Feng Yang leave, Yang Yi's wrist moved slightly, and he put the hidden sword into his dantian while Violet's spirit flew back into his grasp. Earlier, if Feng Yang had attacked, then he would have slaughtered both Feng Yang and his grandson even if he had to expose the little fellow. A simple thing turned into such a mess. "Are you satisfied now?" Meanwhile, the woman spoke coldly from the side. "Just shut your mouth," Yang Yi said bluntly. "You seem to have forgotten who looked for trouble with the other first, who struck the first blow, and who intended to kill the other first. If I'm not wrong, it seemed to have been the both of you, right? What? Only you two are allowed to attack me and kill me, yet I can't do the same to the two of you? Why? Because he has a powerful grandfather? Because you're pretty? Fuck off. If you speak another word of nonsense, I might really be unable to restrain myself from killing you." The woman's expression changed. It was the first time she had been ridiculed and treated like this in public. She immediately said with a cold expression, "I really don't know why Marshal Uncle Lin would take a disciple like you." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't waste her breath again and walked towards the association building. Yang Yi laughed coldly when he saw her leave. There are always conceited people like this in the world. "Kid, needless to say, you are too unyielding. You are even more unyielding than your master Lin Shan. Things that are too hard are easy to snap. You should change this character of yours." Meanwhile, Ningxiu spoke abruptly. Even though Lin Shan's was a madman, he would still be sensible so long as one didn't force him into a corner, and he would always leave room for reconciliation. On the other hand, this kid left no room at all and desired to annihilate all his enemies. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Thank you, senior, for your kind words. But this is my character, and it's impossible to change, nor do I want to change it. Moreover, it should be me who cries of grievances. If I didn't possess some strength, then I would have probably transformed into a pile of ashes just now." Right, I injured that woman's fiancé to such an extent earlier, but why didn't I notice any anger from her? Ningxiu sighed and said, Kid, you are as slow as your master. Do you still not realize that you were used just now? I was used? Yang Yi frowned and said, You are saying I was used by that woman? It can't be, right? No, Ningxiu said. Could it be that you didn't sense that little girl was constantly forcing you to kill Feng Yang's grandson? If she really had the intention to kill you or protect Feng Yang's grandson, then kid, not only would you be unable to harm Feng Yang's grandson, your own life might be in danger as well. Don't think that I'm just scaring you. Her grandfather is the president of the Talisman Masters Association. That little girl has at least a few dozens of high-rank technique talismans and even technique talismans of a higher rank. Kid, would you be able to resist a few dozens of high-rank technique talismans? Yan Yi's expression changed when he heard this. A few doses of high-rank technique talismans. It was no joke. That day, had only used 3 high-rank technique talismans to heavy injure Feng Yi, who was a 7th-rank spirit realm expert. So, if it was a few dozens, then not to mention him, even an Exalt realm expert might not be able to resist it. You are saying that she knew who I was since the beginning, and she was aware of my strength? Asked Yang Yi. If it was really true, then that woman's scheming ability was truly too terrifying. Earlier, had been constantly under the impression that she was helping that young man. Never had he imagined that she'd been constantly forcing him to kill the young man. Now, when he thought about what had occurred earlier, Yang Yi really did feel that something was off. Because both the reason why the young man had attacked him, and why he had become enraged and aroused the intent to kill was because of what the woman had said. When he thought up to here, cold sweat drenched Yang Yi's back. This woman's ability in scheming is truly terrifying. I don't know whether she was aware of your identity and strength, Ningxiu said. In short, it was a fact that she wanted you to kill that young man. Alas, Feng Yang is a stupid fellow as well. Even if he wanted to find someone to rely on by way of a union in marriage, he shouldn't have set his eyes on that girl. It would be alright if that girl liked his grandson, but the problem is she didn't. With that little girl's scheming ability and methods, and coupled with the fact that she didn't like Feng Yang's grandson, then Feng Yang's intentions of seeking an alliance with the president through marriage is like seeking death for his grandson. Then why did she question why her martial Uncle Lin would take a disciple like me? Yang Yi asked. What did she mean by that? Alas, your intelligence. Ningxiu gazed at Yang Yi as if he was looking at an idiot, and then he said, There are 2 meanings behind her words. The first was that she was putting on a show for me so that I would know that she was on Feng Yang's grandson's side. The second was that she was insulting you, of course. She was saying you are stupid. Understand? Yang Yi's face darkened when he heard this. Am I stupid? All right, I did act quite stupidly in this matter. Not only was I schemed against, I even played along. Most importantly, I didn't even realize that after everything had occurred. In the Talisman Masters Association. No, I should say in the Imperial Capital, there are 2 people that one absolutely must not offend. The first is that little girl from before. If you offend her, then a pile of trouble would just suddenly arrive at your doorstep. The other is that little she-devil Bauer. If you offend that little she-devil, then trouble will arrive right away, said Ningxiu. You've met Bauer? Asked Yang Yi. The corners of Ningxiu's mouth twitched when he heard the words Bauer, and he said, Does anyone in the Imperial Capital not know of her reputation? As soon as she arrived at the Imperial Capital, she went all around it, and utilized the stack of high-rank technique talismans in her possession to blast anyone she didn't like. Now, even the Imperial Guard would turn around upon hearing her name. Why? Because that little she-devil can't be scolded or struck. After she blasts someone with her talismans, the final outcome would be that person would have to apologize to her. When he spoke up to hear, Ningxiu was suddenly slightly infuriated and said, Tell me, it's fine that she just blasts people on the streets, but she even does the same in the association. Presently, all the elders in the association turn around and flee as soon as they catch sight of her. Why? because she will address them as Grandpa as soon as she meets them. The consequence of being addressed as Grandpa would be that you have to give her technique talismans. If you didn't? Then haha, the consequence would be her calling you geezer before tossing over a stack of technique talismans. Yang Yi was slightly amused when he heard this. Looks like Bao's reputation in the imperial capital is very great. Perhaps I would be able to roam freely in the imperial capital so long as I said that I was her junior brother. Let's not take about all of that. I'll take you to see your master first. The meeting ought to have ended by now. Ning Xiu waved, and then he turned around and walked towards the association building. Yang Yi hurriedly followed Ning Xiu when he saw this. Chapter 179 Grandpa. Yan Yi and Ning Xiu had just stepped foot into the association building when a petite figure suddenly ran down from upstairs, and Ning Xiu's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw this figure. This figure belonged to none other than Bao. Moreover, that woman who had entered into conflict with Yang Yi earlier was by Bao's side. Ning Xiu was about to run, yet he was too late in the end because Bao had already noticed Yang Yi and Ning Xiu. When Bao saw Yang Yi, she was first stunned, and then she made a face at him. After that, her eyes narrowed when she looked at Ning Xiu, who stood by Yang Yi's side with an unsightly expression, and then she revealed a brilliant smile. Yang Yi noticed that Ning Xiu's expression had grown even more unsightly. Bao ran over to Ning Xiu, bowed respectfully to him, and then spoke in a very polite manner. Bao greets Grandpa Ning. Hi, Grandpa Ning! Yang Yi was dumbstruck by this scene. When did Bao become so polite? Is she still that little she-devil that caused the members of the sword sect to flee upon hearing her name? At this moment Yang Yi, who was astounded, hadn't noticed that Ning Xiu's face was twitching fiercely when Bao called him Grandpa. Ning Xiu revealed a smile that looked even worse than a crying expression, and he said, Bao is such a good girl. Bao has just greeted Grandpa in the morning, so there's no need for that now. Right, even you are aware that Grandpa Ning has been short of talismans lately. So, as he spoke, Ning Xiu suddenly stopped speaking. Because the brilliant smile on Bao's face had vanished, and most importantly, she had stretched her hands into the pouch she carried in front of her. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed something was off as well. Because Ning Xiu's current expression was really off. The woman at the side shook her head, and a wisp of tender affection flashed in her eyes as she gazed at Bao. Grandpa said that Bao must be polite, otherwise Bao would be scolded by Grandpa. Bao revealed a smile again. The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched while he said in his heart, what a joke! Would your grandpa dare to scold you? He would rather scold the master of the origin school than scold you. Of course, he didn't dare speak this out aloud. Ning Xiu smiled bitterly and said, Bao, Grandpa Ning is really very short of money now. Grandpa Ning doesn't even have the money to purchase the materials to craft an ordinary technique talismans. So, Bao's gaze became slightly hostile as she interrupted him, and said, Could it be that Grandpa Ning hates Bao? When she spoke up to hear, she suddenly scooped up a bunch of technique talismans from within her pouch. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw these technique talismans because he noticed that at least 3 were high-rank technique talismans. Ning Xiu was on the verge of crying. Even though the might of 3 high-rank technique talismans was terrifying, he would rather suffer them if the little she-devil would give up on targeting him after that. But the problem was that even if he suffered these 3 high-rank technique talismans, the little she-devil before him wouldn't let him go, and she would even get technique talismans of a higher quality. When he thought up to here, Ning Xiu took a deep breath before he flipped his palm, and then 2 technique talismans appeared in his hand. He said, Bao, this is everything Grandpa Ning has. It's all yours! Yang Yi's eyelids twitched while he felt both shocked and envious in his heart. Because the technique talismans in Ning Xiu's hand were actually high-rank technique talismans. 2 such talismans were equivalent to 2 Earth-rank techniques that could be utilized a single time. He felt that Ning Xiu was truly too generous, and it was to the point even he wanted to address Ning Xiu as Grandpa Ning. Bao shook her head when she saw the 2 technique talismans in Ning Xiu's hand. She said, Grandpa told me that there are no gains without pains. Bauer can't just take someone that belongs to someone else. Grandpa Ning, quickly put it away! Yang Yi was astounded to the point his jaw almost hit the floor. Bauer actually rejected it? Is this a joke? Bauer, who specializes and loves to plunder the treasures of others, actually refused 2 high-rank technique treasures. The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched fiercely while the smile on his face became even more unsightly as he said, "Your grandpa is right. But these 2 technique talismans are just something Grandpa Ning gave Bauer to play with, so it's nothing worth mentioning. If your grandpa intends to punish you, then tell him Grandpa Ning forced you to accept it. In that way, he wouldn't punish you anymore." Ning Xiu was naturally not a foolish fellow. If he really listened to Bauer and put those talismans away, then he dared guarantee numerous technique talismans would fly towards him in the next moment. Bauer blinked and then she said, "Will that really be all right?" "Of course." The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth were on the verge of becoming crooked from the twitching. Bauer's eyes narrowed into 2 crescents as she smiled, and then she stretched out her little hand and placed it on those 2 talismans in Ning Xiu's palm. She touched them lightly before she suddenly looked at Ning Xiu and said, "Grandpa Ning, these are talismans that you insisted on giving Bauer, so you have to bear witness for Bauer if my grandpa asks about it." Ning Xiu. Yan Yi was slightly unable to watch any longer. It's not right to act like that after benefiting. He stretched out his hand to take those technique talismans in Ning Xiu's hand, and then he pushed them into Bauer's little pouch before he patted her on the head. "Let your Grandpa Ning off, all right? Didn't you notice that he's on the verge of tears?" Bauer blinked, and then she looked at Ning Xiu and said, "Is Grandpa Ning unwilling? Since it's like that, then Bauer will return it to Grandpa Ning." As she spoke, she stretched her hand into her little pouch. Right at this moment, Ning Xiu's figure suddenly flashed and vanished on the spot. What a joke! Can what that little she-devil is about to do be considered as returning? That's called blasting. Bauer grunted with displeasure when she saw Ning Xiu flee, and then she withdrew one of the 2 technique talismans Ning Xiu had given her, and then she passed it to Yan Yi and said, "That old geezer is really stingy. He only gave me 2 high-rank technique talismans. Oh, I can only give one to you then." Yan Yi felt warmth arise in his heart when he saw the talisman that Bauer passed towards him, and then he shook his head and said, "Keep that for yourself, I have no need of it." Bauer got into trouble frequently and had a low cultivation as well. So, if she didn't possess high-rank technique talismans in her pouch, then not to mention Lin Shan, even he himself would be worried. Bauer glared at Yang Yi and said, "What do you mean by that? I'm clearly aware that you haven't just offended that fellow, the second prince. There's even enmity between you and the Flower Palace. If you encounter them while you don't possess any high-rank technique talismans in your possession, then you'll be at a huge disadvantage. Just like yesterday. Unfortunately, Bauer can only obtain high-rank technique talismans. Grandpa Bai has legend-rank technique talismans, but unfortunately, he refuses to give Bauer any." Yang Yi smiled, stopped refusing it, and put the high-rank technique talisman away. With Bauer's identity, there would probably be no one in the imperial capital that dared to offend her. Most importantly, had caught a glimpse of the scene within Bauer's little pouch, and it was filled with technique talismans. Meanwhile, the woman shook her head and said, "How could Grandpa dare to give them to you? If he did, then would any of the association's elders dare to come to the association anymore?" Yang Yi shook his head as well. What a joke! Legend-rank technique talismans are equivalent to heaven-rank techniques. Even an Exalt Realm expert would probably be heavily injured after suffering one of those, right? If Bauer were to possess legend-rank technique talismans, then it would be just like that woman said. All the elders of the association would definitely not dare to come to the association anymore. Because Bauer wasn't reasonable at all. Bauer stuck out her tongue, and then she pulled the woman's hand as she looked at Yang Yi and said, "Little laborer, this is senior sister Bai Qing. Right, you have to address her as senior sister as well. She's very formidable, and she's an Earth Talisman Master now." Yang Yi glanced at the woman called Bai Qing yet didn't say anything. "You possess gold element profound energy?" Meanwhile, Bai Qing suddenly asked this question. It was as if a conflict had never arisen between her and Yang Yi just now. You knew I was Master's disciple since the beginning, right? Asked Yang Yi. Bai Qing nodded. Yang Yi smiled lightly as he said, Since you did, then why did you use me? Are you aware that if I didn't possess some strength, then I would have died beneath that young man's pile of technique talismans? Are you going to give me an explanation? He originally had no intention to pay any attention to this woman. But based on the intimate relationship Bauer had with her, it was truly inadvisable for him to make the relationship between them become too bad. Of course, he wouldn't make it very good as well. Aren't you still alive? Said Bai Qing in a flat voice. Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this, and then he said, But what if I did? The problem is you didn't. Bai Qing continued speaking in a flat tone. Yang Yi smiled and stopped wasting his breath with this woman. He glanced at Bauer, who stood at the side with a puzzled expression, and then he said, Bauer, take me to see Master. Bauer glanced at Bai Qing, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. She seemed to want to ask something yet didn't in the end. She nodded, and then she led Yang Yi upstairs. Chapter 180 Asylum. Bauer brought Yang Yi to a hall. When he saw the scene within the hall, Yang Yi was first stunned before his expression became solemn. Numerous old men were seated within the hall. All of them wore the robes of talisman masters. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Yi noticed practically all of these old men were Heaven Talisman Master. Besides his master, Lin Shan, right, and Ning Xiu that Bauer had extorted earlier, Yang Yi didn't know anyone else here. On the other hand, it was obvious that these old men were waiting for him because all of them were sizing him up at this moment. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Shan and Lin Shan nodded to him. After that, Lin Shan looked at Bauer, who stuck out her tongue in response before running out of the hall. When he saw Bauer leave, Lin Shan said, Kid, the meeting we had earlier was to discuss you. What exactly were we discussing? We were discussing whether we should give you the badge of an Earth Talisman Master. Unfortunately, besides your master, everyone else doesn't think you have the qualifications to become an Earth Talisman Master. So, whether or not you are able to become an Earth Talisman Master will depend completely on your own ability. So that's the reason. Yang Yi smiled. Had originally thought that they'd gathered here because Had attacked the young man earlier. If these people wanted to punish him, then he would definitely be in trouble today. Fortunately, they hadn't gathered because of that. Right at this moment, the old man by Lin Shan's side said, Kid, you possess gold element profound energy? Yang Yi nodded when he heard this. The old man asked another question. Every single talisman you craft is a high-grade talisman without any exception? Yang Yi looked at Lin Shan, and when he saw Lin Shan nodded, he immediately stopped concealing it and nodded. When they saw Yang Yi nod, the gazes everyone present here shot at Yang Yi had become slightly weird. Can you give it a try on the spot? Asked the old man. Yang Yi looked at Lin Shan again, and Lin Shan nodded and said, There's no need to worry. Just give it a try. They don't have any ill intent. When he heard this, Yang Yi stopped hesitating. He walked straight to a table before all sorts of talisman crafting materials appeared on the table with a flip of his palm, and then he picked up his talisman brush. Yang Yi naturally believed it when Lin Shan said that they had no ill intent. At this moment, had guessed Lin Shan's intentions. No matter where it was, one would only be thought highly of and respected if one possessed sufficient strength. Only the Talisman Masters Association could protect him from the Flower Palace, and in order to make the association be willing to offend the Flower Palace for his sake, then he must reveal a natural talent that made the association think highly of him. Only by obtaining the acknowledgement of the association would he have no need to fear the Flower Palace acting against him in public. Otherwise, if he merely relied on his master, Lin Shan, alone, then it would be insufficient to instill fear in a colossus like the Flower Palace. The first talisman Yang Yi crafted was a strength talisman, and he could be said to be extremely skilled in it. In next to no time, a strength talisman that flickered with a golden glow appeared before the eyes of everyone. Yang Yi had just put his brush away when the old man that asked Yang Yi the questions earlier had hurriedly waved his hand, and the strength talisman flew into his palm. When he noticed the quality of the strength talisman, the old man's eyes were filled with shock, and he said, "It really is gold profound energy, and with the boost of this gold profound energy, this strength talisman is more than 2 times superior to an ordinary high-grade strength talisman." When he spoke up to hear, the old man looked at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, how did you accomplish this? Master's skillful teaching and guidance." Yang Yi spoke modestly. The old man looked at Lin Shan, and he saw Lin Shan was grinning from ear to ear and seemed extraordinarily complacent. There was competition between Lin Shan and all these old men here. They didn't compete with their own strengths or talisman Dao, and they competed with their disciples instead. Yang Yi was so outstanding that if it was in terms of genius, then even Lin Shan's senior brother's granddaughter couldn't compare to Yang Yi. After all, his martial niece wasn't able to craft high-grade talismans every single time. But Yang Yi could. The old man shook his head, looked at Yang Yi and said, "Can you give it another try?" He's asked this because it was truly a little too difficult to believe that Yang Yi could craft high-grade talismans every single time. Yang Yi nodded, and then he started crafting. These geezers in the surroundings gradually came close to Yang Yi, and they stared fixedly at Yang Yi's hand as they wanted to know how Yang Yi crafted it. In next to no time, a high-grade Strider talisman was completed. In another short while, a high-grade healing talisman was done. In less than 2 hours of time, Yang Yi had crafted 8 talismans, and all 8 were high-grade talismans. All the old men in the surroundings were stunned. Is this some sort of joke? He's actually able to craft high-grade talismans every single time. What sort of monstrous genius is this? In the history of talisman masters, the number of existences capable of accomplishing this can be counted with a single hand, and practically all of those people were old geezers that were hundreds of years old. But just how old is this kid? He's less than 20 years old yet is able to craft high-grade talismans every single time. After a short while, the old man took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly complicated gaze. He said, "Kid, I've observed the method you crafted the talismans, and your methods really are from this old geezer, Lin Shan. But even then, it shouldn't be possible for you to craft high-grade talismans every single time because even Lin Shan isn't capable of that. How did you accomplish it? I really don't understand." "Old bastard Shinemo, what's the meaning of that?" Meanwhile, Lin Shan spoke furiously. The old man called Shinemo glanced indifferently at Lin Shan before he said, "Lin Shan, don't tell me that you can craft high-grade talismans every single time as well." Lin Shan flushed red as he said, "I can't, but this disciple of mine can." "So? Can your disciple accomplish it? Weren't you extremely complacent from getting a disciple who possessed profound energy of the 5 elements? Why don't we ask them to compete with each other?" Shinemo grunted coldly. He stopped arguing with Lin Shan and gazed at Yang Yi as he said, "Kid, you haven't answered my question." Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I don't know the answer to this question of yours as well. In any case, I've been crafting these talismans according to the methods Master taught me. If there are any techniques or secrets, then even if I tried to hide it, Master would definitely not. If you insist on obtaining a reason, then maybe it's because my luck is too good." The others shook their heads when they heard this. "His luck is too good? Is your luck that heaven-defying?" All the people here had gathered experience and wisdom with age, so how could they not understand that Yang Yi was playing a game of Tai Chi? However, even though they knew, it wasn't appropriate to continue asking. After all, every single talisman master had his own secret techniques and methods, so it was very normal for Yang Yi to refuse to reveal it to them. "Kid, your natural talent is extremely terrifying indeed, and there's probably no one in the younger generation of the association that can compare to you in terms of natural talent. However, you must be able to craft technique talismans in order to become an Earth Talisman Master. Kid, don't tell that you're already able to craft technique talismans, and they're of the high grade as well," said Shinemo. Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. Shinemo said in a low voice, Kid, you're already able to craft technique talismans? Yan Yi nodded. And they're always of the high grade as well? Meanwhile, another old man asked this question. Yan Yi nodded once more. A wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. The gazes they shot at Yan Yi had become weird once more. The difficulty of crafting technique talismans wasn't something that basic talismans could compare to. Even if all of them who were heaven talisman masters were extremely concentrated as they crafted a technique talisman, they still wouldn't dare say that they could craft 8 high-grade technique talismans in 10 tries. Yet this young man who wasn't even 20 was able to give him the badge of a grade 1 earth talisman master. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man that sat at the seat of the host spoke abruptly. The lips of many old men moved when they heard this, but they didn't say anything in the end. Such a monstrous genius really did possess the qualifications to become a grade 1 earth talisman master. So, speaking up to obstruct this from happening would be like trying to intentionally find fault in Yan Yi. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly said, "Then what about the Flower Palace? When has our Talisman Masters Association ever had to act according to the wishes of the Flower Palace?" The white-haired old man laughed coldly and said, "In the future, this kid will be protected by our Talisman Masters Association." Lin Shan revealed a smile when he heard this, and then he looked at Yan Yi and said, "Kid, aren't you going to thank your martial uncle?" With the words his senior brother spoke earlier, it would be absolutely impossible for the Flower Palace to do anything to Yan Yi in the future. Not to mention the Flower Palace, even the Origin School had to give the association face. Yan Yi wasn't a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning behind the white-haired old man's words. He immediately walked over to the white-haired old man, bowed like a disciple, and then said, "Yan Yi greets martial uncle." The white-haired old man nodded lightly and said, "You're very good. You're even better than that little girl of mine. It's all thanks to Master's teaching and guidance." Yan Yi hadn't finished speaking when the white-haired old man struck him on the head and said, "Don't play those tricks in front of me." Yan Yi smiled with embarrassment when he heard this. Chapter 181 The Curtains Rise. 10 days later. There was an enormous square within the imperial palace of the Grand Qin Empire. The square was around 10 kilometers long and around 4 kilometers wide. This enormous square could accommodate an army of 100,000. However, at this moment, this square still seemed to be slightly crowded because it was densely filled with the profounders who were participating in the Ascension rankings. Besides the participants, there were rows of imperial guards that wore golden armor and held silver spears at the borders of the square. There were at least over 100,000 imperial guards in the surroundings. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that all these 100,000 imperial guards were experts at the First Heaven Realm. This colossus of the southern territory had revealed its might to the world again. A dense expanse of people stood outside the imperial palace as well. However, these people weren't here to participate in the Ascension rankings. A portion of them were the relatives and loved ones of the participating profounders, while even more were from clans that had come to select sons-in-law for their clans. What did a clan need in order to strengthen itself and avoid falling into decline? It naturally needed talented individuals. Only when talented individuals appeared ceaselessly within a clan would that clan be able to strengthen incessantly. Every single year, numerous geniuses would appear during the Ascension rankings, and besides the disciples of the 6 great powers, most of these geniuses were independent cultivators. These independent cultivators possessed natural talent and strength, but most didn't possess any cultivation resources. They didn't, but the clans did. So, during the Ascension rankings every single year, there would be many independent cultivators that joined these clans and became the sons-in-law of these clans. Of course, the precondition was that these independent cultivators could survive the Grand Myriad Mountains. Being able to survive was proof of a person's potential and strength, and only in this way were these independent cultivators able to obtain the acknowledgement of the clans. The competition during the Ascension rankings was brutal. Of course, it was only brutal during the first round. During the second round, so long as both sides didn't have enmity or other irreconcilable conflicts between them, then they would show restraint during the second round. Of course, if the Sword Sect encountered the Ghost Sect, then there would be no restraint because it would be a battle that only ended with the death of the other participant. So, to these independent cultivators, it was fine so long as they were able to survive the Grand Myriad Mountains. Within the Imperial Palace, the participating disciples of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy stood at the front. Yan Yi swept them with his gaze, and he noticed that the number of participating disciples from the 6 great powers was actually a little small. There were only 3 from the Origin School, Flower Palace, and Snow Palace respectively. Besides these 3 sects, the Ghost Sect had even fewer participants, a mere 2. On the other hand, the Bright Moon Sect was slightly better because it had 6, and the Sword Sect had the most, 10. In the opinion of the 6 great powers, the competition to ascend the ascension rankings depended most on quality than quantity. Of course, this isn't the main reason. Just think about it. If the Origin School dispatched 10 or even more geniuses, then what would the outcome be? As if she knew what puzzled Yan Yi, Murong Yao suddenly spoke from his side. Yan Yi pondered briefly before he came to an understanding. He immediately smiled and said, "If the Origin School dispatched too many geniuses, then it would be targeted. The other powers would join forces to target the Origin School. No matter how formidable the disciples of the Origin School are, they would still be doomed when facing the joint forces of all the other powers." When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi asked, "Then why has Outsword Sect dispatched 10 disciples? Isn't it afraid of being targeted?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi felt slightly regretful because he seemed to have understood the reason. Murong Yao glanced indifferently at Yang Yi before she said, "Do you think the other powers would fear our Sword Sect?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Right, with your natural talent, it's entirely possible for you to join the Origin School, Snow Palace, or Flower Palace. Why did you choose the Sword Sect?" "I'm just curious and have no other intentions," Murong Yao said. "No matter what, it's best to choose the sect that's most suitable for myself. I like the sword, so it's naturally best for me to join the Sword Sect. Moreover, my natural talent would be considered as top-rate in both the inner court and outer court of the Sword Sect, so the Sword Sect would naturally foster me with all its strength and take care of both my family and me. But if I went to the Origin School and the other 2 palaces, do you think those 3 extraordinary powers would foster me as the Sword Sect would?" Yang Yi was stunned. Had never imagined that this proud woman would actually think in this way. However, she was right. Her natural talent was top-rate in the Sword Sect, but it could probably only be considered as first-rate in the Origin School. After all, the Origin School had that extraordinarily monstrous genius that was said to be invincible beneath the King Realm. Yan Yi was about to speak when he suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He turned around abruptly and gazed towards the depths of the Imperial Palace. He saw 2 black dots approaching slowly from there. Yan Yi's pupils had constricted upon catching sight of these 2 black dots. Because with his eyesight, he was naturally able to discern what they were. They were people. If it was just 2 people, then he would naturally not be shocked. The reason he was shocked was that he noticed these 2 people were actually striding over through the air. Being able to stride through the air represented that they were already Exalt Realm experts because only Exalt Realm experts could accomplish this. It wasn't just Yang Yi. Numerous profounders on the square had noticed these 2 figures, causing the originally slightly clamorous square to immediately quiet down as all of them looked successively towards the sky. In next to no time, the 2 of them arrived above the square under the shocked gazes of everyone. The person on the left appeared to be around 40 years of age. He was a luxurious robe, had a handsome appearance, and held a green jade ruler, causing him to seem like a scholar. The person on the right wore white armor, held a broadsword that was white like bone, and he had a cold expression and a gaze that was sharp like a blade, causing others to not dare look him straight in the eye. "It's actually Li Si and Bai Qi." Murong Yao's expression became solemn as she spoke. "The Grand Qin Empire's Prime Minister and the Supreme Commander of the 3 armies?" Yan Yi was surprised, and then he suddenly looked at Li Si, who stood on the left, and seemed like a scholar. Yang Yi said, "Could that jade ruler in his hand be the ruler of righteousness?" Morongyao nodded and said, "The ruler of righteousness. Ranked at the 4th position on the Tao artifact rankings. It contains the energy of righteousness from the heavens and the earth. If he's at the imperial capital, then with the boost from the karmic luck of the empire, even a monarch realm expert would have to fear Li Si, who holds the ruler of righteousness. While he's at the imperial capital, there are probably only a few existences at the Exalt realm within the Southern Territory who could be a match for him." "There's a ranking for Tao artifacts?" Yang Yi spoke with bewilderment, because had never heard of such a ranking. Morongyao nodded and said, "Every single Tao artifact can be said to be a precious treasure of the heavens and the earth, because practically every single one of them possesses inconceivable ability. In the Southern Territory, there is a Tao artifact rankings, and it records the names of all those Tao artifacts that possess inconceivable might. For example, the ruler of righteousness can converge the energy of righteousness in the heavens and the earth. The energy of righteousness is unlike profound energy, and its might is merely inferior to gold element and fire element profound energy." Yang Yi was very curious as he asked, "What's at the 1st position on the Tao artifact rankings?" Morongyao shook her head and said, "I don't know. I merely know that the tuned on the Tao artifact rankings is the mountain and river seal in the possession of the Grand Qin Empire's founding emperor. The front of the mountain and river seal is branded with the landscape of the Southern Territory, while its back is branded with the sun, moon, and stars. As for its might, I'm not aware of it as well. However, I presume that it should be easy for its possessor to destroy a city that can accommodate 1,000,000 people. Destroy a city that can accommodate 1,000,000 people." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. "Such might. I presume you've heard about that person on the right as well. He's Bai Qi, a god of slaughter that once killed hundreds of thousands of people. His slaughter intent has probably arrived at an extremely terrifying realm." Morongyao spoke in a low voice. "Hundreds of thousands of people." Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, and he said, "He killed them by himself?" Morongyao nodded and said, "How could he be called a god of slaughter if he didn't? See that broadsword in his hand? It's made of bones, and there are countless vengeful spirits within it. Fortunately, he didn't join the ghost sect all those years ago, otherwise, countless members of my sword sect would have perished at his hands. I should say that besides the sect master and that Taoist Zui of legend, not a single member of the sword sect is a match for him." Yang Yi was just about to say something. However, right at this moment, the imperial guards at the borders of the square had suddenly got down on one knee in unison, and then they spoke simultaneously. "Greetings, Prime Minister. Greetings, Supreme Commander." The voices of over 100,000 people resounded in an orderly manner as if they were a single voice, and under the boost of their profound energy, their voices shot directly into the sky. Such an imposing aura caused all the participating geniuses to be visibly moved. Chapter 182 Conflict. In the air, Li Si nodded before he waved the jade ruler lightly. A gentle force supported all the imperial guards up, and then he looked at the profounders on the square that had come to participate in the Ascension rankings. He said, "Everyone, allow me to welcome all of you on behalf of the Grand Qin Empire. I presume the seniors of your sects and clans have already briefed you on the rules of the Ascension rankings, but I'll repeat it again now. I hope that everyone makes sure to remember it. The first rule. The first round washing sand away with great waves will be just as it was in the past and will be held in the Grand Myriad Mountain. See these teleportation formations before all of you. After you enter these teleportation formations, you'll be randomly teleported to all over the Grand Myriad Mountain's Ascension Mountain Range. Upon entering Ascension Mountain Range, your first task is to survive. Because the mountain range is filled with king-rank dark beasts now. The second task is to hunt and kill dark beasts to obtain their inner cores. Remember, only those who obtain over 30 inner cores from king-rank dark beasts and come out alive from the Grand Myriad Mountains in 10 days would be able to continue participating in the second round of the competition. The second rule. Life and death are up to God's will once you enter the Grand Myriad Mountains. No matter if all of you are killed by humans or dark beasts, the cause would be the weakness of your own strengths because all of you are first heaven realm experts. There's still time to withdraw from the competition now. Once you enter the Grand Myriad Mountains, the teleportation formations here would be closed, so the only way back would be to walk back through the Grand Myriad Mountains. As soon as Lisi finished speaking, a commotion arose from the crowd below, yet no one left the crowd. What a joke! If they were to leave in public, then how would they be able to hold their heads up high in the Southern Territory anymore? Moreover, none were willing to give up on this opportunity as well. If they survived the Grand Myriad Mountains, then it represented their future was limitless, and there would be countless clans and powers that extended an olive branch to them. After all, there had never been anyone that relied on luck to leave the Grand Myriad Mountain alive during the Ascension rankings. When he saw no one left, Lisi continued. After you enter the Grand Myriad Mountains, all of you are both hunter and prey. Whether all of you become a hunter or prey, in the end, depends on your own strengths. There's one thing that all of you don't have to worry about. Profounders above the first heaven realm and dark beasts above the king rank would absolutely not appear within Ascension Mountain range. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly, and then his enormous spiritual energy covered the heavens and the earth as it surged out and enveloped everyone beneath him. Even though they were enveloped by Lisi's spiritual energy, nothing unusual happened. Conversely, they felt slightly comfortable instead. After a short while, Lisi suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold glow flashed within them. He swung the jade ruler lightly, and then over 10 strands of white energy shot out explosively from the top of the ruler. Swoosh! A bloody hole suddenly split open in the space between the brows of over 10 people in the crowd below. Their eyes were opened wide and filled with shock and bewilderment. They died with everlasting regret. Right when Yang Yi was puzzled, Murongyao said, Many King Realm and even Spirit Realm experts would try to sneak in during the Ascension rankings every single year with the intention of killing the participating profounders in Ascension Mountain range. After all these participants are definitely carrying numerous treasures, and there would be the inner cores of dark beasts to gain as well. Because numerous king-rank dark beasts have gathered in Ascension Mountain range now. They are actually that stupid? They think they're able to deceive an Exalt Realm expert? Asked Yang Yi. There are always hopeful people in this world. Murongyao spoke indifferently. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't say anything else. Because Murongyao words really made sense. When they faced temptation and benefits, there would always be those that were hopeful. After he dealt with them, Lisi looked at them and said, The Ascension rankings has begun. Even though Lisi said it had begun, no one walked towards the teleportation formation. Practically all the profounders here had looked towards the disciples of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy that stood at the front. This was a rule. Only after these disciples entered the teleportation formation could the disciples of the other clans, sects, and independent cultivators enter. Otherwise, they would never be able to leave Ascension Mountain range. In the Southern Territory, there wasn't a single clan or independent cultivator that dared to disrespect the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy. At this moment, the atmosphere here was slightly quiet because the disciples of all these great powers didn't move. The first to enter the teleportation formation was either the Origin School or the Imperial Academy of the Grand Qin Empire. At this moment, both these powers acted extremely unusually, and they didn't fight between themselves. As for the 2 palaces and 3 sects, it would only be their turn to fight against each other after the Origin School and Imperial Academy had entered. After a short while, a yellow-robed young man suddenly walked out from amongst the group from the Imperial Academy. He walked slowly over to the teleportation formation. At the same time, the others behind him followed him as well. When he saw the yellow-robed young man walk towards the teleportation formation, a cold glow flashed in the eyes of Yuan Yi, who led the group from the Origin School. He said, Qin Yuan, do you really intend to be the first to enter? The yellow-robed young man stopped moving upon hearing this. He turned to look at Yuan Yi before he said indifferently, Yuan Yi, You don't have the qualifications to stop me. If you want to be the first to enter, then ask your senior brother Yuan Tong to come here. He's said to be the #1 expert beneath the King realm, and I believe that it isn't just me who would like to meet him, everyone here feels the same as well. He wouldn't have been afraid to come here, right? Meanwhile, a young man behind Qin Yuan laughed lightly and said, The #1 expert beneath the King realm, the most monstrous genius in the Southern Territory for the last 1,000 years, the existence in the Southern Territory who's most likely to become the martial god. I think he doesn't dare to come here. After all, there are countless experts here. So, if he doesn't live up to his reputation, then the Origin School would truly lose face. Haha. Suddenly, Yuan Yi roared with laughter, and it was slightly frenzied laughter. Qin Yuan frowned and said in a low voice, Yuan Yi, why are you laughing? Yuan Yi stopped laughing and asked abruptly, Qin Yuan, do you know where my senior brother is right now? Where? Qin Yuan frowned. Yuan Yi smiled, and then he swept his gaze through all the disciples from the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy before he said, My senior brother said that it's truly not challenging to be teleported directly to Ascension Mountain Range. So, he chose to walk to Ascension Mountain Range from the outside. Presently, he'd probably about to arrive at Ascension Mountain Range. The expressions of everyone changed when they heard this. Ascension Mountain Range was at the southernmost area of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and it was over 5,000 kilometers away from the Grand Qin Empire. The distance wasn't the main point. The main point was that this journey was dangerous. After one passed Death Mountain Range, it would practically be a world filled with king rank and spirit rank dark beasts. So, it was obvious how difficult it was for a First Heaven Realm cultivator to pass through the territories of these king rank and spirit rank dark beasts and arrive at Ascension Mountain Range. Moreover, there might be various other dangers all along the way. Not to mention a First Heaven Realm expert, even a King Realm expert wouldn't dare act in this way. Only a Spirit Realm expert that was capable of transforming his profound energy into wings was capable of accomplishing this. Yet now, a First Heaven Realm profounder had actually acted in this way. Yuan Yi had a solemn expression as well. He was able to walk to Ascension Mountain Range like Yuan Tong as well. Of course, it would probably not be so feasible if he didn't have the violet mink by his side. He was naturally unafraid of king-rank dark beasts, but spirit-rank dark beasts weren't existences that he could resist right now. If that Yuan Tong is really unafraid of spirit-rank dark beasts, then the competition to obtain the first in the Ascension rankings will be difficult. Besides Yuan Yi, the expressions of all the disciples from the other 5 great powers and the Imperial Academy were solemn as well. Even though they hadn't met Yuan Tong in person, they'd felt extremely great pressure pressed down upon them just from these actions of his. With such a monstrous genius present during the Ascension rankings, would we have a chance to reveal our brilliance as well? Qin Yuan took a deep breath, and then he glanced at Yuan Yi before he led the members of the Imperial Academy into the teleportation formation. Yuan Yi smiled when he saw this, and then he led the other 2 disciples behind him into the teleportation formation as well. After the Origin School and Imperial Academy entered the formation, the gazes of everyone shot towards the Flower Palace and Snow Palace. It was common knowledge that there was conflict between these 2 powers, so this created a problem. Which palace would enter the formation first? After all, it was related to the honor of the 2 palaces. When he saw the members of both the palaces remaining on the spot, Xiao Luo from the Ghost Sect grunted coldly and took a stride forward. Suddenly, Li Xianjun, who stood by Xiao Luo's side, held on to Xiao Luo's arm and shook his head towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo frowned while he revealed slight displeasure in his eyes, but he withdrew back to his previous position in the end. When they saw Xiao Luo step back, the members of the Flower Palace and Snow Palace finally moved their gazes away from him. Even though both these palaces were slightly inferior to the Origin School and Grand Qin Empire, they weren't existences that the Ghost Sect could compare to. So, if the Ghost Sect acted insensibly, then they wouldn't mind teaching the members of the Ghost Sect a lesson here. Chapter 183 Slaughter in 10. After a short moment of silence, it wasn't long before the Flower Palace's Wenyu walked towards the teleportation formation, and the disciples behind her hurriedly followed behind. At the same time, the members of the Snow Palace were led by Ling Xinran towards the teleportation formation as well. The two palaces were soon walking side by side. When they arrived before the teleportation, Wenyu suddenly stopped and looked at Ling Xinran, who was at her right, and said, "It was my Flower Palace that entered the teleportation formation first the last time, so the Snow Palace can go ahead this time." Ling Xinran didn't speak, nor did she look at Wenyu as she directly led the members of the Snow Palace into the teleportation formation. As they watched the members of the Snow Palace vanish within the formation, a beautiful female disciple behind Wenyu spoke with bewilderment. "Senior Sister Wenren, why did you allow the Snow Palace to enter first? In this way, wouldn't everyone think that our Flower Palace is afraid of the Snow Palace?" Wenyu shook her head and said, "If it was at an ordinary time, then we naturally can't allow the Snow Palace to enter first. But it's different now. In the recent years, our Flower Palace has offended numerous powers and clans. So many will probably make a move against us from the shadows once we enter the Ascension Mountain range. Even though we've been constantly competing with the Snow Palace, they aren't a mortal enemy of ours, so there's truly no necessity to form enmity with them just to enjoy a reputation." A wisp of worry flashed in the eyes of the woman behind Wenyu, and then she said, "Senior Sister, but Elder Kai Feng. They'll take responsibility for everything." Wenyu spoke in a light voice, and then she walked towards the formation. The woman sighed in a low voice before following Wenyu. After the two palaces entered the Ascension Mountain range, the gazes of everyone shot towards the Ghost Sect, the Sword Sect, and the Bright Moon Sect that everyone was on the verge of overlooking. Even though the strengths of the three sects weren't as formidable as the Origin School and the two palaces, there was no doubt that even the Sword Sect, which had fallen into decline, now wasn't an existence that the clans could provoke. This time, there was no silence as there had been earlier. After the members of the Snow Palace entered the formation, the members of the Ghost Sect had already started moving directly towards the formation, and they'd completely disregarded the Sword Sect's members. Siturong grunted coldly and hurriedly chased after the members of the Ghost Sect. Presently, he could be said to be the representative of the Sword Sect, so how could he display weakness to the Ghost Sect in public? Yan Yi and Murongyao followed as well when they saw this. Even though they disliked Siturong, they couldn't allow outsiders to laugh at the Sword Sect. Of course, Yan Yi was doing it out of consideration for Su Qingshi. Otherwise, he would hope to keep as low a profile as he could. In his opinion, the order of entering the Ascension Mountain range was utterly meaningless. The enmity between the Ghost Sect and Sword Sect could be said to be common knowledge, so watching these two sects go against each other in public now was truly a rare sight. As expected, when he saw Siturong lead the members of the Sword Sect towards the formation, the group from the Ghost Sect led by Xiao Luo had immediately stopped. Xiao Luo looked at Siturong while the contempt in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. He said, "What? The Sword Sect has always been the last to enter, all of you've gained some ability now." Siturong refused to show weakness and counterattacked. "Xiao Luo, don't think that you're invincible just because you've comprehended slaughter intent. My Sword Sect is going to enter the formation first today, and if you're disgruntled about it, then why don't we have a spar on the spot?" "Ha!" Xiao Luo suddenly roared with laughter. He laughed for a short moment before he gazed at Siturong, and his face was covered in disdain as he said, "You!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Luo's figure suddenly transformed into a black shadow that shot explosively at Siturong. Siturong seemed to have been prepared, and the glow of a sword flashed at the same moment that Xiao Luo moved, and a snow-white strand of sword she instantly shot violently towards Xiao Luo. Clamorous noise arose in the surroundings when they saw that the members of the Ghost Sect and Sword Sect had actually entered into battle on the spot. Of course, most revealed excited expressions in their eyes. Because it was common for others to say that the disciples of the sects were monstrous geniuses, and they who were independent cultivators couldn't compare to these geniuses at all. Now, they had the extremely rare opportunity of witnessing a battle between two disciples of such sex. In the air, Li Si and Bai Qi watched indifferently and didn't obstruct this from happening. Since the two of them hadn't obstructed it, the Imperial Guards in the surroundings would naturally not obstruct it as well. Under the gazes of everyone, the Black Shadow and Sword Qi collided with each other. Bang! An explosion resounded. After that, Siturong's Sword Qi rumbled as it dispersed, whereas the Black Shadow didn't slow down as it continued shooting explosively at Siturong. Siturong's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and then the sword in his hand left a string of afterimages behind as it flashed towards Xiao Luo. Bang! The two of them split up as soon as they collided. But in the next moment, the two of them shot explosively towards each other once more. I underestimated Siturong in the past. Murong Yao, who stood by Yan Ye's side, spoke in a low voice as she watched the intense battle between Siturong and Xiao Luo. Yan Yi nodded slightly. Needless to say, even though Siturong wasn't a nice person, his strength was really not bad. Because not only did Siturong show no signs of falling into a disadvantaged position, he faintly showed signs of suppressing Xiao Luo. Of course, Xiao Luo had comprehended slaughter intent according to the rumors. So if Xiao Luo utilized it, then it would probably be a completely different situation. However, could anyone confirm that Siturong had no trump cards of his own? As they watched the intense battle between Siturong and Xiao Luo, some of the profounders in the surroundings started to converse in low voices. As expected of the disciples from the sections. Such strength is even superior to some King Realm experts. In the past, I felt that the gap between me and these disciples of the sects wasn't that great. Now it would seem like I'm not a match for them at all. Alas, I hope I don't encounter these disciples after I enter the Ascension Mountain range, otherwise, I would definitely lose my life in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Don't worry, brother. Even though these disciples of the sects are formidable, they very rarely make a move against independent cultivators like us. So long as we don't offend them, they won't make a move against us. Because we're of utterly no threat to them. Our objective is merely to survive and leave Ascension Mountain Range with the required inner cores. Right. How could these disciples of the sects take tiny ants like us seriously? Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then both Xiao Luo and Siturong retreated explosively by over 30 m. At this moment, Xiao Luo's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Had originally thought that he would only need a few moves to deal with Siturong, yet never had he imagined that he wouldn't just be unable to deal with Siturong and would be suppressed by Siturong instead. I've truly embarrassed myself this time. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a savage expression surged onto Xiao Luo's face. With a flip of his right hand, a great axe that was covered in fresh blood and black energy appeared in his hand. Xiao Luo took a step forward with the great axe in hand, and he slowly lifted it up to point it at Siturong from afar before he said, "I'll finish you with a single cleave of my axe." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within his body fluctuated. At the same time, a strand of terrifying and invisible energy suddenly surged out explosively from within his body. When this invisible energy appeared, the people that were comparatively closer to Xiao Luo instantly felt ghastly coldness envelop them. It's slaughter intent. It's actually the slaughter intent of legend. What formidable slaughter intent! Siturong is in danger. When they sensed the ghastly coldness emanated by Xiao Luo, an expanse of exclaims of shock arose in the surroundings. Intent could be said to be abilities of legend, and they never imagined that they would actually be able to witness it with their own two eyes. Yang Ye's expression became slightly solemn as well. The might of this slaughter intent was probably not inferior to his sword intent. Of course, his sword intent was at the peak of the second level now, while Xiao Luo's slaughter intent was at the first level. So, Xiao Luo's slaughter intent was of no threat to him, but it still couldn't be underestimated. When Xiao Luo released this invisible force, Bai Qi, who was originally standing in midair with his eyes closed, had suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Luo. However, he merely took a glance before he withdrew his gaze and said, "His slaughter intent isn't pure." What a pity! As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. It's already not bad, Li Si said. Presently, there is no conflict in the Southern Territory, so where would he find so many people to kill? Actually, I'm very curious as well. How exactly did this kid comprehend his slaughter intent? After all, if he killed willfully in the Grand Qin Empire, then it would be impossible for our Grand Qin Empire to be unaware of it. It's exactly because of this that I'm curious how this disciple of the ghost sect comprehended slaughter intent. Sects are potential troubles in the end. Bai Qi suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Li Si's expression changed and he said, "Watch what you say." Bai Qi shook his head, closed his eyes once more, and fell silent. On the ground below, Siturong's expression changed as well when he sensed the ghastly coldness. However, he wasn't afraid, and he was excited and joyful instead. If he was able to defeat Xiao Luo who'd comprehended slaughter intent, then his status in the sword sect would instantly rise a few levels, and even the demonic woman Murong Yao would be unable to shake his status. When he thought up to here, Siturong took a deep breath, and the profound energy within his body started surging violently. An invisible gale swept out from around him, and with a flip of his right hand, a dazzling glow flickered on his sword. At a certain moment in time, Siturong's body suddenly rose slowly into the air while strands of sword light flickered incessantly around him. Moreover, the sword in his hand was dazzling to the extreme like the sun. Murong Yao's expression was solemn as she spoke in a low voice. It's the sword sect's low-grade earth rank sword technique. The omnipresent Everlight sword technique. Chapter 184 Taking Action. As he watched Siturong rise slowly into the air, a strand of a vicious expression flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes. He shouted in a grim voice, "Cleave of bloodthirst!" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly hurled the great axe in his hand at Siturong. At the instant that the great axe of bloodthirst left his grasp, an enormous blood-red glow that was around 30 m long shot out explosively from the tip of the great axe, and slashed down towards Siturong before the great axe could arrive. The blood-red glow seemed material, and was filled with a dense aura of blood. Even if they were almost a kilometer away from it, the profounders in the surroundings were still able to smell it clearly. The most terrifying wasn't the blood-red glow but the axe itself that Xiao Luo had hurled. The axe was extremely swift, and it caused the expressions of all the participating profounders to reveal shock. Most importantly, its might was extraordinary. Everywhere it passed, the air was completely split apart, while a rift that was over 30 m in size appeared in midair. In the air, a wisp of a vicious expression flashed in Siturong's eyes, and then he shouted with a grim voice as he slashed his sword down towards Xiao Luo. In an instant, a strand of sword qi that wasn't inferior to the blood-red glow shot out explosively from the tip of the sword. At the same time, a dense expanse of tiny wisps of sword qi shot out abruptly from Siturong's entire body. These wisps of sword qi were like raindrops that covered the heavens and the earth as they shot towards Xiao Luo. Bang! The blood-red glow and sword qi collided, causing an enormous bang to resound, and then a blast of air erupted from the point of collision. The hard flooring on the square was instantly blasted into pieces while arm-thick cracks started spreading incessantly towards the surroundings. However, Xiao Luo's axe continued shooting over without difficulty and arrived before Siturong. At the same time, the dense rain of sword qi that Siturong emanated had arrived before Xiao Luo as well. Both of them had executed formidable techniques earlier, so there was very little profound energy left in their bodies. So, how could they dodge, how could they resist? At this moment, both their expressions changed violently. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Luo, and with a wave of his right hand, a blood-red energy shield appeared before him. The dense rain of sword qi descended onto the blood-red energy shield, and countless cracks appeared on it in next to no time. That figure grunted coldly when he noticed this, and then he stretched out his right hand, causing countless strands of black energy to effuse out from his palm. Bang! 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 The black energy collided with the rain of sword qi, and numerous explosions resounded. Someone had come to Xiao Luo's rescue, and it was the same for Siturong. It was naturally not Yang Yi who rescued Siturong. With how Siturong had acted towards him, how could Yang Yi possibly rescue Siturong? Yang Yi wasn't someone that would repay hatred with kindness. It was Murong Yao who rescued Siturong. Murong Yao originally hoped that Yang Yi would rescue him. However, she noticed that Yang Yi had no intention to do that at all. So, she had no other choice but to make a move herself. Even though she didn't like Siturong, all the disciples of the Sword Sect had to put the enmity between them aside when facing the Ghost Sect. Amongst the disciples present here, only Yang Yi and Murong Yao possessed the strength to resist Xiao Luo's attack, and since Yang Yi refused to help, then she naturally had no choice but to do so. When the axe was less than 3 m away from Siturong, Murong Yao appeared before him, and a sword had suddenly appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, she instantly slashed countless times with her sword. Bang! The great axe was blasted flying. The young man standing before Xiao Luo grunted coldly. He stretched out his right hand, and the great axe fell firmly into his grasp as if Murong Yao had sent it right there. Since Fairy Su of the Sword Sect entered the teleportation formation before my Ghost Sect all those years ago, the Sword Sect has always entered after my Ghost Sect. This time, my Ghost Sect will still be entering first. What do all of you from the Sword Sect think about this? Said the young man. The expression of the members of the Sword Sect turned grim when they heard this. If they agreed, then they would truly lose all face for the Sword Sect. Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Siturong roared furiously. You think you can go in first just because you said so? Murong Yao shook her head upon hearing this, and she said to herself, Siturong is truly unable to discern the situation. Could it be that he still thinks the strongest in the Ghost Sect is Xiao Luo? The young man glanced indifferently at Siturong, and then he turned to look at Li Si, who stood in midair before he said, Prime Minister, killing isn't prohibited here, right? It isn't. Li Si glanced indifferently at the young man before he said, The reason those seniors of your sex weren't allowed to come here was that once someone enters the teleportation formation, then the competition would be considered to have begun. Thus, so long as you have the ability, then feel free to kill. The Grand Qin Empire would naturally not mediate the enmity between the sect, and it was even to the extent the Empire was pleased the more these sects fought amongst each other. Good! Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly walked out from the crowd and arrived by Murong Yao's side before he said, Since Senior Li Si has said that the ascension rankings have begun and killing isn't prohibited, then disciples of the Sword Sect, what are all of you waiting for? The Ghost Sect only possesses 3 members while we have 10. Don't tell me that the 10 of us are afraid to fight the 3 of them. When the young man spoke those words, he knew that he couldn't keep a low profile any longer. Before he came here, had promised Su Qingsure that he would take care of these disciples of the Sword Sect if it was possible. It couldn't be helped. He was unable to refuse a request from her. Now, the disciples of the Sword Sect needed him to take care of them. Because amongst the disciples present here, perhaps only Murong Yao and himself were able to go against the young man that stood before them. He wasn't being conceited, but this was a fact of the situation. Of course, there was an even more important reason. He desired to annihilate all the members of the Ghost Sect right here if it was possible. Because their group would be split apart once they entered the Ascension Mountain range. So if those members of the Sword Sect were alone while they encountered any one of these 3 members of the Ghost Sect, then besides Siturong and Murong Yao, the others would probably face death. However, it was different here. They were all together now, and they could gather their forces. If they were unable to win a fight of 10 against 3, then what was the point of participating in the Ascension rankings? It was better for them to just go home and have kids. When they heard Yang Yi, the members of the Sword Sect were first stunned, but they quickly reacted to what he meant. After that, they walked over to Yang Yi, Murong Yao, and Siturong's side, and then they withdrew their swords and stared at the members of the Ghost Sect with hostile gazes. The young man's expression changed. He sized Yang Yi up for a moment before he said, You're that Yang Yi who killed a King Realm expert at the entrance of the Imperial capital? With a flip of his wrist, Violet's spirit appeared in his grasp, and he pointed it at the young man from afar before he said, "I don't have the time to make small talk with you. Just tell me, will you allow us to go in first, or will you fight us?" The young man's eyes narrowed and flickered with a ghastly cold glow. He was very confident, and he felt confident in his ability to kill Yang Yi. However, he was clearly aware that it was absolutely impossible to go against all 10 members of the Sword Sect. Even if Xiao Luo and the other junior brother behind him were included, it would still be impossible. It was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause all 3 of them to perish here. Even though they could at least kill 7 or 8 members of the Sword Sect, would it be worth it? If they entered into the Ascension Mountain range and these members of the Sword Sect had split up, then he would be entirely capable of annihilating them all without sacrificing anyone from his side. So, when he thought up to here, the young man had made his decision. Yan Yi laughed coldly when he saw the young man remain silent, and then he led the disciples of the Sword Sect towards the teleportation formation. If he was really a disciple of the Sword Sect, then he would absolutely disregard everything to make them leave their lives behind. However, he wasn't. So, it was naturally impossible for him to fight with his life on the line for the Sword Sect. What a joke! He still clearly remembered how the Sword Sect had treated him. Murong Yao's red lips parted, but she didn't say anything in the end. With her level of intelligence, even Shed noticed that Yan Ye's relationship with the Sword Sect seemed to be slightly different now. Otherwise, with Yan Ye's character, he would probably disregard everything to kill these members of the Ghost Sect. But Yan Yi hadn't done so. She wanted to do that, but if Yan Yi refused to cooperate with her, then she didn't possess any confidence in being able to kill the 3 of them. Moreover, it was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause all the disciples of the Sword Sect, herself included, to perish here. What a waste of such an opportunity! Murong Yao sighed lightly. As he watched at the members of the Sword Sect walk towards the teleportation formation, Xiao Luo spoke furiously. "Senior brother Xianjun, we're going to let them enter just like that." "What else?" the young man said indifferently. "Do you think the 3 of us can resist their group of 10? Xiao Luo was speechless. Even though he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant to the point of thinking the 3 of them could annihilate all 10 members of the Sword Sect. After all, had already utilized his slaughter intent earlier, yet he was still forced to perish together with Siturong. On the other hand, Siturong seemed to not be the strongest amongst the members of the Sword Sect. But I really feel slightly unwilling to accept this, Xiao Luo thought with a gloomy expression on his face. In the sky, Baichi opened his eyes after Yan Ye's group entered the formation, and he said, "What an interesting kid." After the 10 members of the Sword Sect entered Ascension Mountain Range, it was the members of the Ghost Sect that entered next, and then it was the Bright Moon Sect. After the Bright Moon Sect entered, all the remaining Profounders just rushed forward without giving any thought to the order that they entered the Ascension Mountain Range in. Chapter 185 Debate. At the same moment that the participants of the Ascension rankings entered the teleportation formation, a furious roar suddenly resounded in the depths of the Ascension Mountain rankings that was extremely far away. After that, the ground started to tremor violently while countless dark beasts of various types dispersed towards the surroundings. At this moment, the entire Ascension Mountain range was bustling, and the ground quaked as if there was an earthquake. A myriad of beasts dashed through the mountain range, and such a scene and the imposing aura revealed by it was sufficient to make a spirit realm expert shudder with fear. On a mountain that was over 500 kilometers away from Ascension Mountain Range, the representatives of the 6 great powers, the Imperial Academy, and the various clans were here. Besides the humans, there were also men that possessed robust figures and strong physiques. Obviously, they were dark beasts that had taken human form. Only Profounders below the King Realm and dark beasts below the Spirit Realm could participate in the Ascension rankings. If experts at the King Realm or above and dark beasts at the Spirit Realm or above entered Ascension Mountain Range, then it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the various powers and those dark beasts. So, the various powers and the dark beasts were monitoring it from here. There were Exalt Realm experts and Spirit Realm dark beasts here on the mountain peak. Their spiritual senses were sufficient for them to sense everything that happened within the Ascension mountain range. So long as anyone that exceeded these limits appeared, it would be noticed by them at the first possible moment. On the mountain peak, a robust man looked at a middle-aged man in a green robe that stood not too far away from him, and he asked, "Qin Yunzi, I heard that the most monstrous genius in history has appeared in your origin school." The middle-aged man called Qin Yunzi glanced at the robust man and said, "I don't dare say that he's the most monstrous genius in history, but he can be considered as the most monstrous genius in the last 1,000 years. When they heard this, the representatives of the other powers glanced at Qin Yunzi. "What arrogant sentiments!" The robust man roared with laughter and said, "Qin Yunzi, you still dared to let him participate in the Ascension rankings? Are you not afraid he'll die early? It would truly be a pity if such a genius died prematurely in the Grand Myriad Mountains. So long as the grandchildren of you, the Exalt who, have the strength, then feel free to kill him." Qin Yunzi spoke indifferently. "But the path of cultivation for the dark beasts in your tiger clan isn't easy, and you've even dispatched all the elites in the younger generation of your tiger clan. Aren't you afraid that they would be completely annihilated by us humans?" "Ha ha!" Exalt who suddenly roared with laughter that shot into the sky. After a short while, he stopped laughing and said, "Qin Yunzi, it is I who should speak those words. All the geniuses amongst your humans have come here, so aren't all of you afraid that the elites of my Dark Beast Empire would annihilate them? If that happens, then my Dark Beast Empire will probably be the owner of the Southern Territory for the few hundred years. Let's wait and see who kills who?" Qin Yunzi spoke indifferently. Exalt who glanced at the representatives of the other powers, and then he smiled as he said, "Qin Yunzi, if the geniuses of your human race are united, then the elites of my Dark Beast Empire would really be slightly in danger. But unfortunately, do you think those geniuses of your human race would be united?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yuheng from the Sword Sect and Elder Kugu from the Ghost Sect before he said, "Let's not speak about everyone else, and just speak about the Sword Sect and Ghost Sect. Do you think their sects would join forces against a common enemy?" Meanwhile, Elder Kugu grunted coldly and said, "Exalt who, it isn't your place to comment on the matters between us humans. Would my human race need to join forces in order to deal with those little dark beasts? So long as your Dark Beast Empire doesn't play any tricks and dispatches dark beasts at the spirit realm, then I guarantee that all the elites dispatched by your Dark Beast Empire will be annihilated this time. Kugu, I never expected that while your strength hasn't improved much in the past 10+ years, your skill in arguing has become much, much greater." Exalt who glanced indifferently at Kugu. Kugu was about to say something when Qin Yunzi suddenly said, "Let's not continue arguing here. The Ascension Rankings is a battle between humans and dark beasts, and it's also a battle between humans as well. If they die during the battle, then they can only be considered to possess insufficient strength. Since they possessed insufficient strength, then wouldn't they still end up dying if they headed to the ancient battlefield? It would end in death in the end, so wouldn't it be better to perish at the hands of humans and dark beasts?" Kugu and Exalt who fell silent when they heard this. At this moment, Yan Yi revealed a solemn expression as he gazed at the enormous tiger that was almost 10 times larger than him. The size of this enormous tiger was even larger than the 2 wolf kings within his vortex Dantian and the Earth Bear King at Death Mountain Range. The strength of dark beasts was usually determined by their size. Of course, this common method excluded unusual monstrous geniuses like the violet mink. Since the enormous tiger had such a colossal size, there was naturally no doubt about its strength. Of course, Yan Yu wasn't afraid, and he just felt that he was slightly unfortunate. Because as soon as had been teleported before this enormous tiger, and if it wasn't for him reacting in a timely manner, he would have probably been swallowed into the belly of this tiger. This time, Yan Yu didn't think of utilizing this king-rank dark beast to improve his strength. Presently, it wasn't like it had been in the past, and there were countless human profounders in the surroundings. If he fought this tiger to the point both of them were heavily injured, then it was very likely that it would end up benefiting another human. Right when he was about to summon the violet mink, the tiger suddenly let out a furious roar, and then it pounced towards Yang Yi like an enormous mountain was pressing down towards him. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't give it a second thought before he stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he relied on the counterforce to soar into the air. Bang! The tiger missed and smashed heavily onto the ground. The ground instantly shook violently while a huge and deep hole appeared where the tiger landed. The tiger grew even more enraged after it missed, and it lifted its head up and roared. After that, it swiftly struck the ground with its front paws, and then leaped up before smashing fiercely towards Yang Yi, who was descending from midair. This time, the tiger's speed was at least 2 times what it was during the last attack, so Yang Yi was utterly unable to dodge. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he noticed its speed, and he said to himself, "How swift! It's even much swifter than gray and silver. Since I can't dodge, then I can only go head-on against it." A wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in Yang Yi's eyes while he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he pulled it back as golden light diffused out around it. At the moment that the tiger was about to collide with his body, Yang Yi let out a loud shout as he swiftly smashed his fist towards the tiger's head. Bang! Yang Yi flew backward in midair, and he flew an unknown distance to the point his figure directly transformed into a black dot in the eyes of the tiger. On the other hand, the tiger didn't fare any better. Not only had a fist imprint sunk into its skull, but it was also blasted down towards the ground at a speed which was even faster than the speed it utilized to pounce at Yang Yi just now. The ground shook as its enormous figure directly sunk over 10 m deep into the ground. After he descended to the ground, Yang Yi's expression was slightly serious as he gazed at the tiger that had sunken into the ground. That attack of the tiger's from before had actually injured his internal organs. Fortunately, he was fine after receiving the healing from a healing talisman. At this moment, his physical strength and defense were already on par with a king-rank dark beast, yet had clearly been in a disadvantaged position during the previous collision. This clearly displayed how formidable the dark beasts roaming Ascension Mountain range now were. Would those other human geniuses be able to resist a single strike from these king-rank dark beasts? Yang Yi shook his head and discarded all of these thoughts because this wasn't something he should be worried about. Yang Yi gazed at the tiger that had leaped out of the hole and said, "Little fellow, fight with me." He was confident in his ability to deal with the tiger by himself, but he had to preserve his strength now. After all, there were all sorts of unknown dangers waiting for him, so had chosen to end the battle quickly. When it heard Yang Yi, the violet mink blinked, and then it looked at the tiger in the distance. After that, an invisible pressure enveloped down towards it. When tiger that was about to attack once more sensed the bloodline pressure from the violet mink, the ferocious glow in its eyes that were even larger than fists had instantly vanished completely, and it was replaced with fear and terror instead. Moreover, its enormous body even started to slowly lie prone on the ground. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed to his shock that its body was actually shivering. After a short while, it lay prone on the ground as if it had submitted. The violet mink blinked when it saw the enormous tiger act in this way, and then it looked at Yang Yi before rubbing Yang Yi's head with its little claws. "It's done just like that?" Yang Yi hadn't recovered from his shock yet. A king-rank dark beast that was even more formidable than gray and silver actually didn't even resist before submitting in front of the little fellow? After a short while, Yang Yi recovered from his shock, and then he looked at the little guy who sought credit for its achievements, and smiled bitterly. "Little fellow, let's kill it, all right?" Even though he wanted to subdue this king-rank dark beast, he hadn't forgotten that he had an assignment this time, and it was to obtain the inner cores of 30 king-rank dark beasts. Chapter 186 Winning You. When it heard Yang Yi, the tiger pressed its body closer to the ground, and it gazed at the violet mink with a pleading expression that filled its eyes. The violet mink hurriedly shook its little head to indicate that it refused to kill the tiger. The bitter smile on Yang Yi's face grew even more bitter as he said, "Little fellow, If I don't kill it, then it'll fail even if I leave this place alive. The violet mink continued shaking its head, and it seemed to feel that this wasn't sufficient, so it grabbed Yan Ye's head with its claws and shook his head forcefully. All right. We won't kill it, all right? Yan Yi spoke helplessly as he embraced the violet mink in his arms. It hurriedly waved its little claw upon hearing this, and then a strand of violet light enveloped the tiger before it was sent into Yan Ye's vortex dantian. The little fellow simply seemed as if it was deeply afraid that Yan Yi would go back on his word. Yan Yi was slightly amused when he saw the little guy's actions. Actually, he was merely joking just now because had given up on killing it once he saw it submit. It was like a hired thug that was a king-ranked dark beast. So long as there was nothing wrong in his head, then why would he give up on obtaining it? Moreover, perhaps it was because of the violet mink, but he didn't have much ill intent towards dark beasts, and he had a slightly good impression of them instead. Moreover, had sensed the little fellow's attitude towards the matter this time, and it didn't want him to kill dark beasts. Of course, he believed that if a dark beast didn't know what was good for it, and intended to kill him, then the little fellow would definitely stand on his side. As for the inner cores of the dark beasts, it wasn't a problem at all. Even though he couldn't kill dark beasts, wouldn't others kill them anyway? After all, there were always countless people in this world that loved to court death. So, when compared to dark beasts, he was even more interested in killing those humans that courted death like the members of the Ghost Sect and Flower Palace. Suddenly, Yan Yi frowned, and with a flip of his wrist, Violet's spirit shot violently towards an enormous tree that resided around 30 m away. Bang! The tree was blasted into pieces, and then a figure flashed out from there. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed when he saw the appearance of this person. With a gesture of his right hand, Violet's spirit transformed into a violet ray of light that flew back into his palm. The profound energy within his body instantly started surging, and he gazed at this person and said in a deep voice, "The Flower Palace's Wen Yu? How long have you been here?" It was none other than the representative disciple amongst the participants from the Flower Palace, Wen Yu. Wen Yu gazed at the violet spirit sword that resided in Yan Ye's hand and said, "What a profound method of sword control. Looks like your strength is much stronger than the rumors say. How long have you been here?" Yan Yi asked the same question again. He didn't want his secrets to be known by the members of the Flower Palace, otherwise, he would never be able to rest in peace again. "Is it important?" Wen Yu spoke indifferently. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth, and he said, "Indeed, it isn't important at all." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ye's figure flashed, and he transformed into a shadow that shot explosively towards her. Moreover, he suddenly swept Violet's spirit towards her in midair, causing a golden strand of sword chi to shoot towards her first. When it came to the members of the Flower Palace, he desired to kill every single one of them that he met. If it was at any ordinary time, then he would definitely not attack rashly. But now, this moment was a good opportunity. Wen Yu wasn't surprised when she saw Yan Yi suddenly attack. She stretched out her right hand, and then a flower petal shot towards Yan Ye's strand of golden sword chi at a speed that wasn't visible to the naked eye. Bang! The golden sword chi instantly destroyed Wen Yu's flower petal, and then it didn't slow down at all as it shot towards her. A wisp of shock flashed in her eyes, and she said in a low voice, "What sharp sword chi? Wait. You possess profound energy of the 5 elements." As she spoke, she waved her right hand once more, and then a flower petal shot out explosively once more. This time, the flower petal was even faster than before, and its might was much more terrifying than before. Bang! The golden sword chi and flower petal collided violently around 3 m in front of Wen Yu, and an explosion resounded before they transformed into waves of air that dispersed into the surroundings. At the same time, Yan Yi had arrived in front of her, and he didn't waste his breath or hesitate to draw his sword and slash down from top to bottom. This sword strike was swift like a bolt of lightning. No! It was even swifter than that. However, it was exactly such a swift strike that actually missed. It actually couldn't be said to have missed because it had slashed off a strand of her beautiful hair. Just moments before all of this had occurred. At the same time that Yang Yi drew his sword, Wen Yu's body had suddenly and strangely transformed into countless flowers that dispersed towards the surroundings before she appeared mysterious 30 m away. At the same time, the flowers that she's transformed to earlier swept at Yang Yi at a shocking speed. At such a close distance, Yang Yi was utterly unable to dodge such an attack, and he could only allow those flowers to shoot onto his body. Bang! 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 It was like firecrackers were exploding on him, and numerous explosions resounded. Wen Yu touched the hair on her forehead that had been cut off by Yang Yi, and then she looked at Yang Yi who had been struck by the petals of those flowers. She said, "What swift swordsmanship! But is that all you've got? How?" Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly while her pupils constricted. She saw Yang Yi pat the slightly tattered clothes on his body as he walked slowly towards her. The might of those flower petals was formidable indeed. But in Yang Yi's opinion, they were still slightly insufficient. After all, his physical defense was already stronger than an ordinary king-ranked dark beast. Even though Head withstood her attack, his expression was even more solemn. This woman's strength was even more formidable than Head imagined. Not only had she been able to dodge that strike of his from before, but she was also able to launch a counterattack at the same time that she did. Such a reaction speed could truly be described as terrifying. This was the first time that his reactive strike had failed against someone of the same cultivation realm. What a formidable physical defense! Wen Yu gazed at him as she said, "So we've always been underestimating you. Not to mention anything else, just that physical body of yours is quite a huge threat to us. I'm really curious, there are practically zero body refiners in the Southern Territory now, and even if there are, it's some worthless body refiners. How did you improve your body to such an extent? Do you think I would tell you?" A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he continued walking slowly towards her. Wen Yu nodded and said, "Right, I presume you wouldn't. I'm very curious. What other trump cards do you possess? Feel free to utilize all of them." Yang Yi frowned. There's something off about her attitude. Is she investigating my trump cards? Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of this. When he arrived 10 m away from Wen Yu, the profound energy within his body had instantly surged into the Gale's shoes while he simultaneously executed the Gale's steps, causing his figure to transform into numerous afterimages that vanished on the spot. Those afterimages hadn't dispersed yet when his body had arrived in front of Wen Yu. Just like before, Yang Yi drew his sword and slashed. This time, its speed was superior to the last. However, Wen Yu's expression remained unchanged, and she utilized the same trick. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, her figure had vanished on the spot while countless flowers immediately enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged when he saw this, and he allowed those flowers to strike him. At the same time, he flicked Violet's spirit towards Wen Yu who had appeared over 30 m away, and Violet's spirit instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards her. After that, his figure flashed, and he shot followed behind Violet's spirit and shot towards her as well. Wen Yu flicked her finger when she saw Yang Yi's sword flash over like a bolt of lightning, and then 2 flowers shot out explosively and instantly blasted Violet's spirit away. Right at this moment, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Wen Yu. She frowned when she saw Yang Yi arrive empty-handed. Could it be that this man intends to utilize his fist against me? Suddenly, a feeling of danger suddenly arose in the bottom of her heart, and it caused her expression to change. With a wave of her right hand, countless flowers instantly effused out from her hand as she instinctively utilized them to block before her. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. Wen Yu's arms felt numb while the flowers on her hand instantly exploded into pieces. Moreover, right when she was about to retreat, a fist that flickered with a golden glow had arrived before her stomach. Wen Yu's pupils constricted, and she shouted loudly, "Up here!" As soon as she spoke, numerous lotus flower petals suddenly appeared in front of her stomach and blocked Yang Yi's fist. Bang! Wenren took over 10 steps back while Yan Yi wasn't any better as well. When he came into contact with those lotus flower petals, his entire arm felt numb before an enormous force came from his arm, causing him to retreat explosively. Moreover, Head retreated even further than Wenren as had taken over 20 steps back. Both of them looked at each other from afar, and both of them saw shock and seriousness in each other's eyes. Right at this moment, the violet spirit sword that Wenren had blasted flying earlier had suddenly transformed into a strand of violet light, and it instantly arrived before Wenren and stabbed at her chest. This sudden and unexpected event caused her expression to change violently once more. Chapter 187 Probe. Right when Violet Spirit was about to strike Wenren, a blue light flashed. Bang! Violet Spirit shot backward like a bolt of lightning, and it flew back into Yan Yi's hand. On the other hand, a crystal blue ring had suddenly appeared in Wenren's grasp. It was exactly this crystal blue ring that had blasted Violet Spirit back just now. What a strange sword technique! It's at least at the earth rank as well, right? Wenren held the ring in her hand as she gazed at Yan Yi and said, "Besides that, the sword in your left hand that can't be seen and that violet sword of yours are probably at the earth rank as well. The sword sect really thinks very highly of you." Yan Yi didn't answer her. Needless to say, this woman's strength was truly extremely formidable. Not only was the reactive strike ineffective against her, even the sword control technique had been blocked by her. Moreover, she still seemed to be very carefree. So, Yan Yi knew that she hadn't become serious at all. When he though up to here, Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked at the violet mink that resided on his shoulder before he nodded to it. In the next moment, Yan Yi took a step with his right foot, and then he relied on the counterforce and the boost from both the Gale's shoes and Gale's steps to shoot explosively towards Wenren. At the same time, the violet spirit sword in his hand directly transformed into a strand of violet light that instantly arrived before Wenren. This time, Yan Yi didn't hold back, and he executed the sword control technique to its limits. He was over 30 m away from Wenren, yet violet spirit arrived in front of her in less than a breath of time, and the explosions from it tearing through the air resounded incessantly. Wenren's expression remained unchanged as she stretched her fair hand forward and waved lightly. The crystal blue ring in her hand suddenly transformed into countless fist-sized rings that enveloped down towards Yan Yi's violet spirit sword. The sword and rings encountered each other. No explosions resounded as the fist-sized rings instantly went around Violet Spirit before suddenly constricting and forcefully restraining Violet Spirit. Yan Yi's expression changed when he witnessed this. His Violet Spirit was an Earth-rank dark treasure, while his sword control technique was even swift like a bolt of lightning. However, such a combination had still been restrained by the woman's ring. Could it be that ring is a Tao artifact of legend? Yan Yi didn't have the time to think about anything else because Head arrived in front of her. This time, Yan Yi didn't execute the reactive strike, and he clenched his right hand into a fist before smashing it directly at Wenren's chest. His fist hadn't arrived when a gust of wind had arrived from the force it shot forward with. The gust of wind caused Wenren's clothes to stick tightly to her delicate figure, and a few deep fist prints had even appeared on the ground beneath her feet. A wisp of surprise flashed in Wenren's eyes, and she seemed to be surprised by Yan Yi's strength. However, she was merely surprised. With a light wave of her hand, one of the rings that were created earlier had appeared in front of her and blocked Yan Yi's fist. Bang! The ring instantly shattered into pieces while Yan Yi's fist arrived before her chest without suffering any difficulty. Wenren's expression still remained unchanged, and merely the surprise in her beautiful eyes had grown deeper. Right when Yan Yi's fist was about to blast onto her chest, those lotus flower petals suddenly appeared once more. Bang! His fist struck the petals, and then he felt his arm become number. Moreover, Wenren took around 7 steps back while Head taken over 10 steps back instead. This lotus armor is a mid-grade Earth-rank treasure. The stronger you are, the greater the recoil would be. It can be said that with this lotus armor on me, I'm already in an invincible position. Wen Yu gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard this. So those lotus flower petals are actually part of a mid-grade earth rank armor. No wonder my physical strength, which is comparable to a king rank dark beast, can't break through them. In earth rank armor. This is slightly difficult to deal with. Do you have any other trump cards? Right at this moment, Wen Yu spoke abruptly. What? Yang Yi said. You really want to know about my trump cards? Wen Yu gestured with her hand, and the rings that restrained Yang Yi's sword flew back into her hand. After that, she looked at Yang Yi and said, You really surprised me, and I really want to know your true strength. What exactly do you want? Yang Yi asked in a deep voice. At this point, he felt that this woman's attitude was very strange. Logically speaking, she should intend to kill him, but up until now, she had practically been constantly on the defensive, and this didn't conform to reason at all. Wen Yu didn't speak. With a flick of her finger, countless fist-sized rings shot out from her hand. When these arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi, all of them suddenly erupted with a wave of blue light before they instantly fused into an enormous ring that enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Moreover, its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Yang Yi's sword control technique. He knew this ring was terrifying, so he didn't dare be careless. His figure flashed towards the side, yet the ring flashed along with him and enveloped down once more. This ring is a quasi-heaven rank dark treasure, and it innately possesses intelligence of its own. Unless you destroy it by force, otherwise, it will follow closely behind you no matter where you flee. Wen Yu spoke indifferently as she gazed at Yang Yi, who was constantly dodging the ring. Yang Yi stopped dodging when he heard this. The gold profound energy within his body surged violently into the hidden sword, and when the ring descended once more, he suddenly shouted loudly and executed an upward slash. Bang! The formidable strength behind this slash instantly blasted the ring flying. However, in the next moment, it shot over explosively once more, just like his sword control technique. Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he turned to look at Wen Yu. He knew that he had to deal with this woman in order to stop the ring. So, when he thought up to here, 10 swords appeared before him, and then with a command in his heart, the Violet Spirit Sword and the other 10 swords attacked the crystal blue ring. Violet Spirit alone was unable to resist the crystal blue ring, but it was different when 10 more swords were included. At this moment, these swords had obstructed the ring under Violet Spirit's lead. The sword control technique was formidable because of its speed and because one could control countless swords with it. Just like what Yang Yi was doing right now. As she gazed at the 11 swords that fought her crystal blue ring in midair, a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed with admiration. I underestimated this sword technique of yours. I never expected that it actually possesses such an effect, and you're able to control 11 swords at once. I think that this is probably not your limit, right? At this moment, Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack. He knew that if he wanted to kill this woman, then it was only possible if he utilized his sword intent, all 36 swords within the sword chest, and the violet mink. Had thought of doing this earlier, but had given up on it now. Because up until now, he noticed that this woman hadn't revealed any killing intent at all. Just as Shed said, she seemed to be intentionally forcing him to expose his trump cards. Something is strange about this. How did you find me in such a short period of time? Asked Yang Yi. Presently, he would naturally not think that it was a coincidence that this woman found him. Wen Yu said, It's a secret technique of my flower palace. The reason I came to look for you was merely because I wanted to have a look at your strength. That was my only intention. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? You haven't answered my question, said Wen Yu. After a short moment of silence, Yang Yi said, This really isn't my limit, and I do have trump cards. I'll let you witness my trump card after you answer my question. Don't worry, it will absolutely not disappoint you. Truthfully speaking, I really don't have a good impression of the members of the Flower Palace. So, only one of us will leave alive today. You're very confident. Wen Yu gazed at him and said, I really look forward to it. Can you answer my question now? Wenren shook her head and said, I can only answer you once I've witnessed your trump card, and I can't do it now. Is that so? Yan Yes' eyes gradually narrowed as he said, Then you probably won't have the chance to answer me anymore. Wouldn't we know the answer after giving it a try? Bang! Yan Yi stomped with his right foot, causing the ground to instantly split apart, and his figure shot explosively towards Wenren Yu. When he was 6 m away from her, he suddenly utilized his sword intent, and it surged towards her like tidewater. Wenren Yu's eyes opened wide when she sensed this strand of sword intent, and her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This wasn't the end of it. At the same time, a violet-colored ball of energy appeared abruptly in front of her, and it blasted onto her before she could even react. The lotus flower petals appeared abruptly and blocked the violet mink's violet ball of light. Bang! The violet ball of light instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived before her, and then he drew his sword and stabbed it directly towards the lotus flower petals that were in front of Wenren Yu's chest. Break. Under the boost from his sword intent and Yan Yes' enlightened sword heart, the current speed and might of Yan Yes' reactive strike had at least been multiplied by numerous times. Even the air shook slightly everywhere the hidden sword passed. Chapter 188 Retria. There was a moment of silence when the hidden sword struck the lotus flower petals, and then a bang resounded as the petals suddenly broke apart. After that, a wave of air suddenly erupted from the point of collision, and it blasted them back. His body had just started moving backward when Yang Yi had forcefully stopped his figure, and then he allowed the wave of air to blast onto him. Bang! The clothes he wore were instantly blasted apart, and in the next moment, his figure flashed as he shot explosively towards Wenren Yu, whose figure was flying backward. Moreover, right at the instant that Yang Yi moved, the violet mink on his shoulder had waved its little claw, and then a violet glow blasted towards Wenren Yu before Yang Yi could even arrive. At this moment, the shock in Wenren Yu's heart was truly indescribable with words. She had always felt that she had taken Yang Yi's strength seriously. However, the facts told her that she had still underestimated his strengths, and she had underestimated it by too much. This young man that wasn't a well-known figure had actually comprehended the sword intent of legend. What exactly is that cute violet-colored little fellow that I've overlooked until now? It was actually able to execute such a strange attack that's even more mysterious than Yan Yi's sword control technique. Wenren Yu didn't have the time to be shocked because the cute little fellow had waved another strange violet glow at her. The earth rank armor had been blasted apart by Yang Yi, so she naturally didn't dare to go head-on against this violet glow. With a wave of her hand, countless petals condensed from profound energy had instantly converged before her and revolved at high speeds. Bang! The petals instantly exploded into pieces while the violet glow didn't slow down at all as it blasted towards Wenren Yu. However, right when it struck her body, her figure suddenly vanished mysteriously on the spot before appearing over 30 m away to the left. Moreover, she left a few dozed petals behind to collide with the violet light. Bang! An explosion resounded once more. Wenren Yu had just steadied herself when her pupils suddenly constricted, and her figure flashed once more and vanished on the spot. She had just vanished on the spot when Yang Yi arrived where she stood an instant ago. Moreover, the hidden sword in Yang Yi's hand was slashing down towards the spot she stood. If she was just an instant slower, then she would have probably been slashed into two now. After his strike missed, Yang Yi turned to look at Wenren Yu who stood nearby, and he had a solemn expression. This woman deserved to be the representative of the Flower Palace's younger generation. No matter if it was her instinct in combat or her reaction, both were top-rate. Coupled with the bunch of Earth-rank treasures she possessed, and that strange movement technique, she was really difficult to deal with. Wenren Yu gazed at Yang Yi while her expression wasn't carefree as it had been earlier. Her expression had become solemn instead as she said, "I've still underestimated you. No, everyone has underestimated you. With your strength, you're entirely capable of entering the top 10 of the Ascension rankings. But it still isn't enough if you want to obtain the first and seize the ascension token. Yan Ye's expression changed when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, "How did you know that I want to obtain the ascension token?" Only his master, Lin Shan, knew that his objective was the ascension token, and his master would definitely not tell that to this woman. So, since it wasn't Lin Shan, then how did this woman find out? "I guessed," Wenren said. "You want to rescue Marshall, rescue your mother, so you naturally have to seize the ascension token. Even though it can't rescue her directly, it can lighten her punishment. Moreover, you came to participate in the ascension rankings while at the second rank of the first heaven realm, so I felt that your objective ought to be the ascension token. However, if this is the extent of your strength, then it's still not enough. Not to mention those monstrous geniuses from the Origin School, you might not even be able to deal with me and Ling Xinran. What exactly are your intentions?" asked Yang Yi in a deep voice. Because this woman's attitude towards him was truly too unusual. "That isn't important," Wenren said indifferently. "You ought to be aware of the Origin School's Yuan Tong. Even though I haven't fought him, I can tell you that my sect has already permitted us to directly admit defeat if we encounter him during the second round. You've witnessed my strength just now, yet my sect doesn't even look favorably on my strength. Do you think you can defeat him?" Yan Yi shook his head. He would naturally not tell her that Head merely utilized the first level of sword intent. Head already blasted her Earth-rank treasure into pieces with the first level of sword intent, and if he utilized the complete extent of his sword intent, then he was confident in his ability to heavily injure her. The reason it was only a heavy injury and not a fatal injury was because he considered the possibility that she possessed a pseudo-Dao artifact. If she didn't possess a pseudo-Dao artifact, then he was confident in being able to directly annihilate her. Moreover, he hadn't utilized the sword chest and dragon breaker yet. If the sword chest was combined with both his sword control technique and sword intent while he utilized the dragon breaker that even Elder Mu praised, then he was extremely confident in being able to directly annihilate her. The reason he didn't utilize all his trump cards to kill her was that he felt this matter was slightly strange. He faintly had the feeling that this woman knew his mother. "Is that violet-colored little fellow on your shoulder a beast king?" Wenren suddenly asked this question. Yang Yi replied with a question. "You know my mother?" Wenren fell silent. Yang Yi was even more certain that he was right when he saw this. It was very likely that she knew his mother, so he immediately asked another question. "Is my mother well?" After a short moment of silence, Wenren said, "The situation is slightly bad. Your mother executed a forbidden technique that day, causing her cultivation to plummet. Moreover, it even damaged her internal organs. Now she's suffering the torture of the cold and baleful winds at the bottom of Passionless Cliff." When she spoke up to hear, Wenren glanced at Yang Yi, whose eyes were crimson red and face had started to become savage, and she hesitated before she said, "But fortunately, with her foundation, it's possible for her to hold on for a few years. If you're able to obtain the Ascension token and make the Flower Palace lighten her punishment, then it would be even better." After a long time, Yang Yi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then looked at her as he said, "Give me a reason not to kill you. I know you still possess trump cards or even a pseudo-Dao artifact of legend. But let me tell you that all of these won't be able to save you. Give me a reason not to kill you." If it was any other disciple of the Flower Palace, then he would naturally not waste his breath. But she was different. He would naturally not think that his mother had no friends in the Flower Palace. So if this woman or her seniors had a relationship with his mother, then how would he explain it to his mother if he killed her? The corners of Wenren's mouth raised slightly while she revealed emotion for the first time. She said, "You're really confident. Even though I don't know exactly what trump cards you possess, but I can tell you that if I want to flee, then even a spirit realm expert wouldn't be able to kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, Wenren's figure suddenly vanished on the spot before she mysteriously appeared over 60 m away. In less than the time for a single breath, she vanished completely from Yang Yi's field of vision. At the same time, her voice drifted over slowly from afar. Those 3 disciples of the Ghost sect are searching for the members of the Sword sect over 500 kilometers to the south of us. If you don't want them to be completely annihilated, then you better be quick." Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he saw her vanish within his field of vision. Just as Wen Yu had said, he was really unable to kill her while she possessed this mysterious movement technique. Just like the little fellow. With the Violet Mink's terrifying ability, even an Exalt Realm expert would probably be unable to catch up to it. Even though Wen Yu's movement technique couldn't be considered to be instant teleportation, it wasn't very inferior to the little fellow's teleportation. In any case, it wasn't something that he could catch up to right now. Meanwhile, the Violet Mink suddenly pointed towards the direction that Wen Yu had vanished towards, and then waves its little claw with all its might. It seemed to be saying that it could catch up to her. Yang Yi rubbed its little head and smiled. "I know you can catch up to her. But there's no reason for me to fight her to the death." If it was said that he merely guessed that she was related to his mother in the beginning, then what she said before she left allowed him to determine that she was definitely related to his mother. Why? Because if she wasn't related to his mother, then there would be utterly no need for her to warn him about Yuan Tong's strength, and that the disciples of the Ghost sect were searching for the disciples of the Sword sect. After standing silently on the spot for a short while, Yang Yi sighed lightly before his figure flashed, and he flashed towards the south with the Violet Mink. If it was up to him, then he didn't want to bother about the fate of those disciples from the Sword sect. But had promised Su Qingshi before he entered Ascension Mountain Range that he would help the disciples of the Sword sect if possible. Because Su Qingshi knew of his ability to control dark beasts. Chapter 189 Courting Death. Of course, he wasn't heading towards the south entirely for the sake of rescuing those disciples of the Sword sect. After all, he wasn't their father or mother. Actually, he was mainly going over to see if he could gain any benefits. Because of the little fellow, he could dream of hunting dark beasts for inner cores. Since he couldn't target dark beasts, then he could only target humans. After dashing swiftly with the little fellow for around a few hundreds of kilometers, Yang Yi had encountered some dark beasts all along the way, but had gone around them from afar because of the little fellow. The reason he didn't subdue them was that the little fellow didn't want them. Yang Yi noticed that the Violet Mink had become more and more picky towards the quality of the dark beasts it subdued. After traveling over 50 kilometers more, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving and looked not too far ahead. There were 2 people gazing vigilantly at him from around 40 m away. Moreover, an enormous dark beast's corpse was lying on the ground beside them, and it was still bleeding incessantly. Obviously, Yang Yi had arrived at the wrong time. Right when Yang Yi was about to speak, the young man on his left said abruptly, "You're a disciple of the Sword sect?" As he spoke, the young man glanced at the violet spirit sword that Yang Yi held in his left hand. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm just passing by. Both of you can continue with your business." As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to move around then and continue on his way. Wait! Right when Yang Yi was about to go around them, the young man that spoke earlier had spoken once more. Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he turned his head to look at the young man as he said, "What?" The young man smiled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. We brothers have no ill intent. We're disciples of one of the 4 great clans of the imperial capital, the Yang clan. I'm Yang Feng and this is my younger brother, Yang Song." "The Yang clan?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "I've never heard of it. Do you need something?" He knew that there were numerous wealthy and influential clans in the imperial capital. However, had never paid attention to all of this, so he was utterly unaware of the Yang clan. A wisp of rage flashed through both their eyes when they heard Yang Yi. Moreover, the young man by Yang Feng's side, Yang Song, intended to flare up but was restrained by Yang Feng. Yang Feng gazed at Yang Yi and revealed a smile once more as he said, "Since brother isn't a disciple of the Sword sect and have never heard of my Yang clan, then I presume you're an independent cultivator of the Southern Territory. Since brother has come to participate in the Ascension rankings, then your strength should be very good." You ought to be aware of how terrifying the king-rank dark beasts on Ascension Mountain Range are. I have a suggestion. Let's join forces and equally share the inner cores we obtain. What do you think? Yang Yi was stunned. Had never expected that these two fellows would actually be intended to drag him into their group. If he possessed a weak strength, then their suggestion would be really good. But unfortunately, the thing he feared the least in the Grand Myriad Mountains was dark beasts. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I have other matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving." As he spoke, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer and flashed towards the distance. When he saw Yang Yi refuse, a cold glow flashed in Yang Feng's eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi's figure, and he hesitated for a moment before he gave up in the end. "Why did you let him go?" Meanwhile, Yang Song spoke with slight displeasure. "Did you see the sword in his hand? It's clearly not an ordinary sword. Moreover, he's wearing that many spatial rings. I presume there is a huge number of valuables within it. Most importantly, he's just an independent cultivator. Even if an independent cultivator possesses some strength, how strong could he be?" Yang Feng shook his head and said in a low voice, "I'm unable to see through him. Think back to the moment when he saw both of us. Besides a little surprise, there was no fear or vigilance in his eyes. You have to realize that a king-rank dark beast was lying by our side, but he was actually not fearful or vigilant towards us at all. What does this represent?" Yang Feng grunted coldly and said, "You're just being overcautious. It doesn't represent anything in my opinion. If you aren't going to kill him, then I will. But all the treasures in his possession will be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he pursued Yang Yi. Yang Feng's expression changed, and then he hurriedly followed Yang Song. Yang Yi, who was rushing forward, seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly stopped. After that, he turned around to look at the young man called Yang Song who had arrived nearby. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw that it was Yang Song, and he said, "Do you need something?" A wisp of greed flashed in Yang Song's eyes as he gazed at the violet spirit sword in Yang Yi's hand. When he heard Yang Yi, he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Hand over the sword in your hand and those spatial rings that you're wearing, and it'll spare your life." He still had some reason left in him and didn't attack directly. Because he felt that Yang Feng's words made some sense, but he was truly unwilling to let such a plump lamb. Yang Yi was stunned. "Does he intend to rob me?" Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he thought up to here. He didn't waste his breath on this young man. His figure flashed to instantly arrive in front of Yang Song, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Yang Song was astounded. Had never imagined that this fellow would attack without speaking a single word, and he was even more astounded that this fellow's speed was actually so terrifying. Because he didn't even have the time to react before this fellow had arrived in front of him. Right when he intended to dodge, a violet flash arose, and then Yang Song's eyes slowly opened wide. In an instant, a strand of blood flowed down slowly from the space between Yang Song's brows. After another instant, his body had split apart into two from there, and his bloody internal organs splashed all over the ground. With a wave of his right hand, a spatial ring flew into Yang Yi's hands, and then the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly to form a smile after he looked through the contents of the ring. The contents of the ring weren't bad. He didn't value the techniques and energy stones within it at all, and the only thing he did value was the two inner cores of king-rank dark beasts within the ring. Yes, there were two inner cores that belonged to king-rank dark beasts within the ring. This was quite a good harvest, got Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his head to gaze into the distance, and he saw that Yang Feng had suddenly arrived before him. When Yang Feng saw Yang Song's corpse, there was no rage and hatred in his eyes like Yang Yi had expected. On the contrary, his gaze was extremely calm, as if had expected this. "Aren't you going to take revenge for him?" asked Yang Yi as he gazed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "If it's a disaster of nature, then something can be done to avoid it, but if it's a disaster of one's own making, then one is doomed. I'd already advised him earlier. Unfortunately, his judgment was clouded by wealth and refused to listen to my advice. He courted death himself by chasing after you and attacking you. But you chased after me as well. Yang Yi walked slowly towards Yang Feng as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, 2 pure white pearls flew towards Yang Yi, and they fell into Yang Yi's hand with a slight movement of his hand. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw these pure white pearls and gazed at Yang Feng while he said with a bewildered expression, "What's the meaning of this?" The reason Yang Yi asked this was because these pearls were the inner cores of 2 king-rank dark beasts. "Take the inner cores and spare my life, all right?" Yang Feng gazed at Yang Yi and spoke frankly. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Feng for a short while before he said, "What if I don't agree? They'll naturally try to bring you down with me." Yang Feng shrugged and said, "I know you're extremely strong, but I'm not a bug that you can just squash. Even if I can't harm you, I can still create some trouble for you." Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, "Why are you so sure that my strength is superior to your own, and you don't have even the slightest chance?" "Because of him." Yang Feng pointed at Yang Song, who had been split into 2, and said, "My strength is much more formidable than his, and it isn't impossible for me to kill him. However, I'm absolutely unable to accomplish it so easily as you have. Of course, the most important reason is that I've guessed your identity." "You've guessed who I am?" Yang Yi was puzzled. Yang Feng suddenly said, "You're that Yang Yi who killed a King Realm expert at the entrance of the Imperial capital." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed and said, "How did you find out?" Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Could it be that you're unaware of how famous you are now? Perhaps you're only ordinary in the eyes of the 6 great powers and the Imperial Academy, but in the eyes of the disciples from the various clans and the independent cultivators, you're already an extraordinarily monstrous genius for being able to annihilate a King Realm expert from the Imperial Guard. Not to mention that you've even fought a Spirit Realm expert." When he spoke up to here, Yang Feng paused for a moment. He glanced at Yang Song's corpse on the ground and continued, "I originally thought that they were false rumors. But now it would seem like it wasn't a rumor at all. It was a fact." Chapter 190, Diverting Trouble. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Feng and said, "Needless to say, you're very smart and sensible." When he spoke up to here, a cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes as he said, "But it's exactly because of this that I should kill you. Because a person like you might suddenly jump out and take a bite at me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath anymore, and his figure flashed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng seemed to have been on guard since the beginning, and his figure shot explosively backward when Yang Yi had just arrived in front of him. At the same time, he instantly tossed a high-grade mid-rank fire technique talisman towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi drew his sword and slashed, and the dense flames that erupted from the talisman were instantly dispersed. On the other hand, Yang Feng was already over 30 m away. Yang Yi glanced at the violet mink, and it understood him. With a wave of its little claw, a strand of violet light instantly appeared in front of Yang Feng, who was fleeing madly. Yang Feng was astounded and caught off guard, so he was utterly unable to stop himself, and it was like he'd moved forward to knock into the violet light on his own. Bang! Yang Feng collided with the violet light, and his figure was blasted backward at a speed that was even swifter than when he was fleeing. On the other hand, Yang Yi arrived before Yang Feng at this moment, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Yang Feng's head was already flying in the air before he could even react. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at Yang Feng's eyes, which were still open wide. Needless to say, this fellow was very smart, but his intelligence was his downfall. Because his intelligence was an even greater reason for why Yang Yi had to kill him. After all, it was best to have lesser trouble, or perhaps it should be said that it's best if one encountered no trouble at all. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured, and the spatial ring on Yang Feng's hand flew into his palm. When he took a glance at the contents of the ring, Yang Yi laughed coldly as he said to himself, "It's a good thing I made a move against him. There are actually 3 more king-rank inner cores within this ring. Coupled with the 3 he obtained earlier, he had 7 in his possession now." As expected, robbing humans is much easier than robbing dark beasts. No wonder Qing Siye said that my greatest enemy when participating in the Ascension rankings wouldn't be dark beasts but humans. After he put the spatial ring away, Yang Yi was about to flash towards the south. However, right at this moment, 3 figures were flashing over from afar. This group of 3 was made up of 2 men and a woman. At this moment, the 3 of them were dashing madly towards the gorge on Yang Yi's right. In next to no time, Yang Yi disregarded them and looked behind them because there were 4 king-rank dark beasts that were the size of tiny hills running behind them. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw these 4 king-rank dark beasts. Because they were actually Shadowhunter leopards. The strength of such dark beasts was inferior to strength-type dark beasts like the Flame Roar lions, Earth Bear King, and Sawtooth Tiger. However, its speed and explosive power were much stronger than the 3 examples from before. At this moment, Yang Yi was very curious about why these 3 people were able to flee before Shadowhunter leopards that were renowned for their speed in the Grand Myriad Mountains. In next to no time, Yang Yi came to an understanding because he saw the glow of talismans on them. In other words, the 3 of them had utilized Strider talismans, and the quality of these talismans wasn't low as well. At this moment, the 3 of them had seen Yang Yi as well. The eyes of the blue-robed man who led the group flickered, and then he sped up and rushed towards Yang Yi. The other 2 behind him hesitated for a moment before they ran swiftly towards Yang Yi as well. The woman by the blue-robed young man asked abruptly, "Cousin brother, he might be a disciple of the Sword Sect. Is this really a good choice?" Even though the Sword Sect had fallen into decline, it was one of the 6 great powers in the end, and it wasn't in existence that clans like theirs could offend. The other young man said, "Cousin brother, why don't we join forces with him to resist these 4 king-rank dark beasts?" The blue-robed young man grunted coldly and said, "Worthless soft-heartedness. It's exactly because he's a disciple of the Sword Sect that we should draw them towards him. Because he would definitely be able to withstand those 4 animals for some time. Only with him drawing their attention would we have a chance at survival. Otherwise, would we be able to resist these 4 animals? As for joining forces, do you think the 4 of us can go against these 4 animals?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and then she sighed lightly in the end and didn't say anything. The other young man didn't say anything as well. They were all disciples from one of the 4 great clans in the imperial capital, the Li clan. After they entered Ascension Mountain Range, they'd utilized a secret technique of their clans to find each other. Their group of 3 had killed a few king-rank dark beasts all along the way. However, they never expected that the dark beasts had formed groups as well. If the 3 of them joined forces against a single king-rank dark beast, then the dark beast would definitely not be a match for them. But if it was 3 against 3... A wisp of cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he noticed their actions. Why are there so many people in this world that court death? If he didn't have the violet mink by his side, then he would really be unable to go against these 4 king-rank dark beasts. But with the little fellow by his side, it wouldn't be a problem even if a whole group arrived before him. Had originally intended to be benevolent and rescue these 3 fellows, yet now. In next to no time, the 3 of them arrived in front of Yang Yi. The blue-robed young man who led the group glanced at Yang Yi, and a wisp of bewilderment flashed in his eyes when he saw Yang Yi's expression was calm and without even a tinge of fear. However, he didn't think too much about it, and he sped up and ran forward instead, whereas the woman and young man behind him hesitated for a moment before they swiftly followed behind the blue-robed young man. Even though doing this was slightly cruel, it was better than dying. However, the situation didn't develop according to how they'd planned. When they passed around Yang Yi, the 4 Shadowhunter leopards behind them didn't look for trouble with Yang Yi, and these dark beasts pursued them madly instead. The 3 of them were astounded. They were originally able to maintain a certain distance with the 4 king-rank dark beasts because of the Strider talismans they'd utilized. Yet now, these dark beasts had suddenly sped up. The 3 of them had no other choice but to stop and battle these 4 king-rank dark beasts. The reason these dark beasts had suddenly sped up was naturally because of the little fellow. The violet mink was already able to terrify king rank dark beasts before it entered into the king rank, and now that it had, ordinary king rank dark beasts were simply obedient like sheep before it. Under the influence of the little fellow, how could those 4 dark beasts dare to not dash forward desperately? As he gazed at the 3 of them who were in an intense battle with the 4 dark beasts, Yan Yi was slightly surprised by their strengths. Obviously, they weren't ordinary independent cultivators. Otherwise, they would be utterly unable to enter into an intense battle with these 4 dark beasts. Their strengths were even on par with some disciples of the sword sect. At this moment, their minds were filled with questions as they couldn't figure out why this had happened. In next to no time, the blue-robed young man seemed to have thought of something, and he turned around and looked towards Yan Yi. When he saw Yan Yi looking indifferently at him, he suddenly understood something and immediately spoke loudly. "Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" "I'm the young master of the Li clan, Li Qingfeng. My Li clan has some ties with the sword sect. Please lend us a hand." He didn't know why these 4 dark beasts didn't attack the young man who held a sword, nor did he know why these dark beasts had suddenly sped up and seemed as if they wouldn't stop before killing his group. All he knew was that all of this was definitely related to that young man who held a sword, so he didn't hesitate to ask for help. Yan Yi chuckled when he heard the blue-robed young man. There's actually such a shameless person in the world. He didn't think about whether his clan had ties with the sword sect when he drew those dark beasts towards me. Of course, he wasn't interested even if this fellow's clan really had ties with the sword sect because he was just delivering retribution. When they saw Yan Yi remain indifferent, the 3 of them became anxious. The blue-robed young man hurriedly said, "We shouldn't have done that just now. I hope brother can be magnanimous. So long as brother is willing to lend us a hand, then we'll definitely reward you generously, and my Li clan will definitely reward you generously as well." Yan Yi shook his head. "Does this fellow really take me to be an idiot? Once the 3 of them are dead, wouldn't their possession be mine in the end? Why would I need a generous reward? As for the generous reward of their clan, truthfully speaking, he didn't care. With his current standards, dark treasures and combat techniques had to be at the earth rank at least in order for him to value them. Would the damnable Li clan even give him an earth rank treasure or technique as an expression of their gratitude? Before long, they were steadily losing ground. However, right when they were about to be killed by these 4 dark beasts, a group of over 10 people suddenly flashed over from afar. The 3 of them heaved sighs of relief when they saw this group rush over abruptly. On the other hand, Yan Yi's eyes narrowed while he tightened his grip on his sword. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.